Hello, everyone. Hello, and happy Sunday. Oh, how are we all? Oh, I am a happy man. I've been bitching for the last few sessions about not having any of the pirate's grog. And at last, we're sorted. So, welcome in everyone. Pour yourself a drink if you haven't got one already, because I think we're going to need it again. Let's get through these quick, shall we? Scopsu! Thank you for those 51 months of resub, my dude. I appreciate it. And Arillan also coming in, smashing it with the 22 months. Lucius with the 45, which kicked off the hype train, and last but not least, Callie. Thank you for that 38-month resub, I appreciate it. I don't think he's here for you to torment him with that. Oh, beautiful. All right. What's new in the world? Not much, I don't think. Not much at all. Apart from a little bit of Starfield and a little bit of sailing. But enough about that. Let's bring everyone in. Hello.
Hello. Good evening.
How are we?
Hello.
Good. Good. Oh, what have you all been up to?
Same as you, dickhead.
Yeah. A little bit of work, a little bit of Starfield, a little bit of Atlas. That's fair.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that Starfield's pretty fucking good, like.
It's pretty addictive, yeah.
But all the while asking, is it Sunday yet?
That is, yes, as a matter of fact, yes it is. Today is indeed Sunday. I'm chilled today.
Yeah?
Normally I'm just faffing about at last minute trying to get things sorted, but I'm just looking around. I'm like, I've done everything. I'm golden.
Yeah, it's like we've been ready for this episode for weeks.
You know, we'll probably dissuade you of that notion within the next 90 minutes. I would
Absolutely.
say.
Yeah. I have no doubt about that. So, with that then, Cypher.
Last time on Pariahs, we had the return of Vanya and Desmond from the Goatfloor district, and they shared their escapades with the rest of the group. Much fun was had. Garrett got 2 gold handed over from Desmond, much to poor Vanya's dismay. So much for 20%, eh? Get fucked.
Yeah.
Bullshit. And then a strange hobo was noticed in the tavern. But he wasn't a hobo, he was Thomas. Well, actually, no, he is a hobo.
He is. Well
He is
and
a
truly,
hobo,
yeah.
and he is strange too.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that well, after he was finished teasing poor Vanya, who had no idea that the whole doddery, freaking senile old man was just an act. And she's like, this is bullshit. Plans were put in motion for getting Thomas back in office and hopefully getting rid of both the local governor and the fucking Inquisitor. 3 birds, 1 stone.
Yay.
Yeah. Oh, no, 4 birds, 1 stone, because then Vanya would also get her first contract. 4 birds, 1 stone. Hooray!
Jesus.
He's not here as well. It's sad. Sad. It's sad. So it's decided that Vanya had to go to society to basically be more well informed about her contracts. As Garrett pointed out, he's like, well, what do you get out of this? And she's like, oh, I don't know. She's like, yeah, better go fucking find out. She's like, yeah. And she did. But before that, the group bumped into a very, 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 very large scary man in plate mail. Well, not the group, just Desmond, because he's a fucking Chad. And he just stares down 8-foot men as if they were nothing.
Yeah.
Fucking
Have you
every
got
day
a
of the
dog slapping your mic by chance?
I do! Hold on. He came in like 5 minutes before we started. What? Right, are we better now? Yeah?
Yeah, because we could just hear this.
Fucking ass. Fucking dog. Swear to God. What was I saying? Anyway, yeah, Desmond faced down the Inquisitor. Luckily enough, he didn't tell a lie. Ignorance is bliss sometimes. As, we're not sure what spell he cast, right?
No.
No. We just know that it was presumably he could tell where, if poor Desmond was lying or not.
I mean, again, Desmond is no magic caster. He had no idea.
Yeah. And perhaps maybe scrying on them because the sensation was still there until we left his presence. And then into society, there was the 3 of them, Vanya, Cypher, and Desmond went, as Garrett and Teresa were having a morning off from the kiddies, as it were.
Bow chicka wow wow.
Wow.
Send them off to the grandparents.
Is that what Vanya is now? The grandparent? Anyway, Vanya learned more about her magic in the forced manner. Yeah, she learned a new language, so she could read the contracts. It didn't go well for her, as she took. Hold on, scrolling up. How much fucking damage?
Like more than 20.
A lot.
22 damage.
I think it was something like that. In fact, did I? Yeah. Yeah, it was 22 damage.
22 damages. And was forced to have a nap by the nurse, as forcing an entire language into somebody's fucking forehead in less than a second is painful, apparently. The more you know.
The more you know.
Shortcuts, people.
Yeah. So yeah, she does know Infernal now.
Check you out. Cypher went to his class and Desmond joined him. Just kind of potted about while Rafa did his thing, and then the 2 of them went perusing for things, stuff for things, magic things. Fucking, there's another doggy. Fuck. Anyway, yes. So yeah, and Desmond walked away. Well, didn't walk away. He fucking ate the heart, what was left of the heart, of the Quiet One.
What could possibly go wrong there?
What could possibly go wrong? and then Teresa and Garrett turned up to talk to the botanist. As Garrett had a gift for the botanist in the form of a giant blackthorn, which was I do believe, the size of somebody's fucking forearm, right?
Pretty much.
Yeah, it's more like a fucking short sword than a thorn.
Yeah. Fucking thorn. Jesus. And they found out our little run-in with Desmond, and Garrett was like, well, maybe, because they'd just been talking with the old, what's his name? Garlic.
Fucking garlic.
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 The gnomish leathersmith?
Hannah.
Hannah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He dabbles a bit in this and that. And he said, we might find magical beasts with better magical properties for magical gear. And Garrett was like, well, since the Inquisitor's here, let's not be.
Yeah. Smart. Very smart.
So we had 2 days to get ourselves prepped and ready and gathered up ready to go on an excursion.
So, did we end as you'd all finished your preparations, or was it and I think I gave you a... Sorry,
We
go
had
on, mate.
homework.
You did have one.
Sorry, Lee.
We had a rest, didn't we? And
Yes.
then we were leave first thing in the morning.
In morning.
Yeah. And I actually wrote down our homework was 2 days of downtime activities and hunting trip prep.
You're right, yes. That indeed was the homework.
Which I hadn't looked at this channel since last Sunday, so I totally did my homework,
So-
guys.
So,
this-
what did Teresa do?
So this is where everyone starts scrambling. It's like, oh shit, we had homework. Let me quickly see what I can fill out during class before it gets handed in.
Yeah.
With that then, who's the SWAT who finished their homework? Who wants to go first?
Cypher is.
Cypher.
Well,
Or Garrett.
Well, Garrett can go first if Garrett's done, yeah.
Garrett didn't do a great deal.
There.
He finished fixing the forgery press. 2 days of nose to the grindstone on there. And was able to print out enough passes for the whole crew.
Nice.
I am happy to roll a dice to see if I am or not.
No. It's days of downtime. There was nothing else, that to me seems more than feasible that you would be able to commit your full attention to, fixing the broken parts, getting whatever you need and getting it up and running. I've not got a problem with that at all.
Coolio. And also, while we are on downtime, I will have spoken to Falco and told him to make himself scarce on the front door, just in case the Inquisitor comes. Because Falco knows all about us and what we've been up to, and the newbies don't.
So, Garrett, are you just wanting us to sort of keep law to the ground, or, shall we just shut shop for a few days and just literally board up the windows, make it look like no one's here?
It would be a bit over obvious if we were to close down when the Inquisitors just turned up. I would let the new hires take the front door and be the outer face of the Baron's Folly, and you yourself should keep more lower profile because you know about us, whereas the new hires don't as much.
Falco slowly nods in understanding. Alright, I kind of get where you're coming from. Yeah, I mean, they're not known for being the most easy of people asking questions, and the last thing I want is, some fucking Inquisitor kicking my teeth in. So, I can make myself scarce for a wee bit.
Marvellous. I have every faith in your skills in this.
Falco flashes you a thumbs up, Garrett, and nods. Pats his coin purse on his belt and turns before leaving. Do me a quick favour. If you see Reza, could you let her know that I'll be out of town for a while? Garrett, roll me a d6, please. All right. In that case, I've got a little errand that I guess I could run. So, if you could do me the honours and tell Reza that I'll be out of town for the next 5 or so days.
Of course, I'm sure she'll be most disappointed in your absence.
Yeah, there's reasons. Yeah, I don't. Anyway, yeah, I'll see you in a bit. With that, Falco throws a cloak over his shoulders, flips up the hood, ties it at the neck, and quickly bolts out the door. Anything further on your downtime, Garrett?
No, I'm pretty good. Ooh. Couple of days.
Absolutely.
I was told to go back in 2 days to see the botanist.
Do you want to do that?
Or we can stick a pin in it if you're...
It's up to you. It's entirely up to you.
I'll
like-
go.
Okay.
Okay. Are you going to go along with Cypher and Vanya, or are you going sort of flying solo for that one?
I'll go. I will meet up with them when they're there. I don't want to be there for the whole time that they're there, but I'll try to aim to get there an hour before they finish their study.
Okay. Well, we'll pick that up then when they're there. Anything further, or is that you done?
That's me. Me all done.
All right. Cypher.
So he's had his usual lessons in the morning, during which he has actually been making something as a little side project, and that was, you remember the little cup full of human ash remains that Vanya had?
Yes.
You may have repurposed that.
From that mage in the Market Row from
Yes.
20 sessions back.
Yeah. So he took that in and he's been turning that into black chalk.
Black chalk.
And when he hasn't been there, he has been quite isolated, going down into the underground, tidying that up, like just with a little brush and a broom, cleaning it up, making sure it's homely now, starting to make it more presentable, so it's not just a dusty, crappy shithole filled with the charred corpses of rats.
Okay.
So yeah, so that's what Cypher's been up to.
All right. Anything else? Who wants to go next for their 2 days of downtime?
I can go next.
Okay. Far away, Reza.
So Reza has also been kind of keeping a low profile because she just assumes that if an Inquisitor saw her, he'd know what she was. She's not really down for that. But she's got a project. She's like a research project she's been working on. So I think she probably would have helped Cypher in the basement a little bit with the cleaning up of things. And in the larger area where there was all those rooms, she would have picked out like a nice roomy space that, she's gonna call her room and like slapped a new door on it with her name, but she's not fully moved into it yet. But
Okay.
her the project she's been working on, like staying away from the main room of the tavern, is she's got, I mentioned it last week, she's got this old journal and she's been going through it and doing a lot of sketching and writing, and she's got a, like, if anyone saw her during this time, sometimes she would come down and sit in the bar and like sit in their corner and work on stuff while, you know, keeping an eye on the bar, but just a whole bunch of papers and a book and writing with a chalk pencil, working on something. And at the end of the 3 days before they leave for the trip, she's going to talk to Garrett about it. And then probably just going over all her gear, making sure she's stocked on arrows and, you know, doing maintenance on her weapons before they go out hunting.
Okay.
And that's her downtime.
Do you want to grab Garrett now, or do you want to, is that something you want to have a chat with him before you literally depart?
Yeah, we could do now. Like, I'm sure, like, at some point, and probably the evening before they're gonna go hunting, she would have knocked on this door.
Knock, knock, Garrett.
Enter.
Hello. Am I interrupting?
No. Just messing around with a few things.
Alright, I've got something I wanted to run by you. And, she kind of comes over to the desk and, like, standing next to Garrett where he's sitting and says, she's holding a bunch of papers in her hands and she points to the desk and she says, "May I?" Asking if, like, she can just spread shit all over his desk.
1 second. I just brush all the tools to one side that are littering my desk.
Oh, thank you. That will make this much easier. And so over the next, like, minute or so, she's kind of like, she spreads out all these various pieces of scrap paper, and it's like drawn on the backs of like old menus and like just like very much scrap paper, and it's probably like 10 to 12 sheets of paper that she just kind of spreads out. And what Garrett sees when she's done is a very crudely drawn map of something with notes in certain spaces with like landmarks, or, you know, beware of this here, that kind of thing. And she just kind of lays it out in front of him for him to look at for a minute.
If I was shown this at any other time from any other person, I would say it's the scribblings of a madman. But I'm sure there is a very good reason for it.
You're not far off. This is, the collective knowledge I have access to of pathways that have been traversed within the city below.
Dangerous knowledge indeed.
Imagine how incriminating it would be if a very well-drawn but old-looking map were to show up in the hands of the Lower Streets administrator. Be kind of awkward to explain, wouldn't it?
I see what this is now. You want me to transcribe this onto a larger sheet, preferably with the man's handwriting.
If we're able to get a sample of it, yes.
It's something that could be done. Finding enough parchment might be a problem, but if need be, we can do it piecemeal and fit it together.
I'm glad that we are on the same page.
This information should be damaging, shall we say, to a certain administrator if it was to fall into an inquisitor's hand.
I would think so.
Yes, I think first step here, some handwriting samples, and then I feel it'll take a while to do, but it's not a job that should be or could be rushed.
Definitely not.
It's not a bad
Yes,
idea.
but
Sorry?
I feel it's I feel it's something we could do. I'll put some thought to it and how best to get the outcome we desire.
And she starts kind of like scooping all the pieces of paper up back together and stacking them up.
So with that, definitely not where I thought you were going to go with that. Well done. No, I was not expecting that at all. All right, so with the pages stacked neatly now and placed on Garrett's desk, Reza, you turn to depart.
Hey Reza, before you leave, your nighttime acquaintance is going to be away for 5 days or so. He just wanted me to pass it on.
Oh, that is so cute. Thank you for letting me know.
You're most welcome.
Honestly, didn't notice he'd been gone. Okay.
Somewhere in the city, Falco feels an arrow stabbed through his heart.
Up through the heart.
So, with that then, that leaves Desmond and Vanya for the downtime activities.
You want to go first, Desmond?
You go ahead.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay. So Vanya has, with her newfound language, has ever more invigorated her on learning more about her contracts, because now she can, study more of like any books or things that were within the nurses' chambers. And so she has been going back to society for her lessons and trying to learn more about, how do you research other contracts? Like, how do you escape one, transfer, or destroy? If just kind of learning like the nuances of the contracts. And then also working on her first contract to be able to give to Thomas.
Okay. In that case, roll me an Arcana and an investigation check, please.
Okay. Arcana or investigation?
Both, if possible.
Oh, both. Okay.
16 on the investigation, 23 on the arcana. Okay, so with you spending the day or so pouring through, or well, 2 days, pouring through the various tomes and scriptures in the nurse's chamber, there is a lot of information, a lot of reading, not something that would be easily perused or understood in the sort of 4 or 5 hours worth of time you spend at the society every day. But you do begin to get a bit of an inkling into the way these contracts work, and a lot of them seem to be that in exchange for someone pledging something dear to them or something important to them, it could be an item, a loved one, themselves, their soul, anything in particular that they truly value, you could draw power from. And this power could be used in a plethora of different ways depending on how you wish to do so, or how you wish to use it. As for getting out of the contracts, you begin to read and understand that the only way a contract is really ever broken is either through incredibly poor wording, as to which there's been a few instances of people who's had contracts written out actually turning it round on the hag or fiend or caster who wrote these contracts, if they weren't worded carefully enough. And in fact, I'll give you sort of three questions, and I'll answer honestly to them the best of my ability.
Okay. What happens if you were to die under a contract?
The contract becomes null and void. Basically, either you or the contractee, should they die, the contract is no longer in effect. Unless, of course, the contract is for something like their immortal soul.
But then
go.
after that, you couldn't bring them back to life.
Depending on the contract, no. If their soul is bound to a contract or to the one who wrote the contract, then no, a resurrection spell wouldn't work, because the soul would not be able to return to the body because it's in your possession. If that was what the contract was for.
Okay. All right.
Next question.
Okay, I get next question. How would you transfer a contract? So let's say, you're like, I want to. Would you recommend ever transferring one? I guess you could save somebody potentially by transferring it.
There are no written records of a contract being transferred. Normally the contracts are annulled and a new one written up by whoever wanted the person.
Okay. Now, last question.
Mm-hmm.
Did you think on what I had asked about last session for Thomas?
Absolutely, I have thought about it, and for what you are asking, you begin to understand that's a very, very powerful contract. That the only way to really get that benefit, he would have to basically put his life on the line and in your hands. He would have to offer up his own life force, his own soul, to power something like what you're asking for.
Okay. But like even in like a modified version of that.
Yeah, you're asking for a considerable bonus. There is no way, without spoiling it for everyone. There's no way for you to have that what you want with no repercussions. without heavy repercussions.
And would I would understand that through my research, or
Yes.
would I not?
No,
Okay.
you are starting to understand that it's for something like that, the person who they would have to put up either their life, their soul, something incredibly powerful. Just I want you to be happy is not enough for you to recover spells on a short rest.
And every time, like each time that I would draw on that would.
Who knows? That's your 3 questions. I believe I've answered it.
Okay. Dang it.
Hey, Gigi, how you doing? Happy Sunday.
We'll see what Thomas says.
Anything further? Any other preparations you wish to make?
Nope.
Or is that
Just
you done?
drafting that contract out to discuss with Thomas.
Okay. All right.
Desmond has a few
but not
things.
least. I'm about to say last but not least. Over to you, Desmond.
So Desmond has been infatuated since he saw Garrett's belt loop, where he just hung a lantern on. So he's going to be trying to replicate that as part of what he's doing. Because he's kind of in this he's seeing all the dangers that this group of people are beset with on all sides, and he's always been kind of traveling, and he's never really had to never been anchored so much. Like, of course this is the society, but like he would be sent on errands and he would come and go, and this is the first time he's kind of had this notion that he might have to actually stand and fight at some point in an extended way. So he's looking at trying to make sure that the things he has are up to snuff, and he's up to it. So he's going to try to get the belt loop made. He's going to work on his main weapon. He's going to he's a bit handy with tinkering for obvious reasons. Well, obvious to you, but maybe no one else. So he's going to try to take it apart, clean it up. Also, because Cypher had mentioned potentially being able to modify it, so he wants to make sure it's in top form. Because the thing is it is a very well-made item that was probably not originally intended to be a bludgeoning tool.
A tool of death and destruction, but
right, it was probably made to be something even more showy than practical for what it was made for. So it's just basically a big lump of metal, like ornate metal, with like a design on the exterior that looks like it's the suggestion of things lingering out in the shadows. It's just a thing. Like it has it because the sides have this pattern that makes it look kind of like a forest, but there are gaps in there, like where things might be. So it's kind of like something out of the Grimm's fairy tales. So
yeah,
he's going to clean it up. He's going to try to examine like where the clacker is extended into it. He's going to try to basically just clean that up. And also, if he's aware that Cypher has been going down into the basement, he's going to try to go down there and look around some, like just because he wants to wander, but he also doesn't want to wander around upstairs, or he doesn't want to go out in town because the Inquisitor that saw him, and he doesn't want that, because that in his mind that was like up north, and if the same man sees him there, that might draw his interest to that area, so he's going to just try to avoid it.
To lay low. Okay.
Yeah, so that's basically it. Just cleaning stuff up, trying to make a belt loop for himself.
you mentioned you were sort of looking through the basement of the folly. Is there anything particular that you're looking for, or is it just a general getting to know the area?
Well, he wants to find one of the little dormitory areas, like one of the smaller ones, to kind of like have his own little place.
Oh, okay.
And also in the bar, he's looking for like signs, things that with writing on them, things that because obviously he knows some languages that are of interest. So he's looking for things that are like he's looking for a little bit of nostalgia in it because it's so old. It might even be older than he is, which it probably is. And he's looking to just get a sense of what the place was and who would have been here. And it could be like the second home, because upstairs in the Baron's Folly, he's welcome there, but it doesn't really feel like it's too vibrant, full of people. In the second part of the day. In the earlier part, it's just a big empty space where he's just a little guy. Like he prefers this subterranean feel.
Okay. Roll me a quick investigation check.
Right. Skills. Investigation is not his top thing.
11. It's respectable. So you spend a good few hours just, again, looking through the various dormitories in the left-hand side chambers of the basement. While searching, you don't seem to come across anything that reminds you of years gone, years prior. Yes, you completely understand this place is old. Absolutely older than you. The occasional memory of an empire long gone that was taught when you were young crosses your mind, but nothing really that is concrete. There's no understanding.
That's fine. Yeah, I'm not really looking for a result from it. It's just what he's doing. So that's good. I'm satisfied with that. That's really all he's doing, because that's all he can do while also not potentially drawing the attention of the Inquisitor.
Sure. On top of that, your murder rattle is indeed. I'm not going to ask for a roll for that. That's something that you've had for a while. You're more than capable, and you intricately know its ins and outs. So absolutely, any and all changes you wish to make to that are all good.
Okay, I'll solidify the details, but I'm good with that. That's all he's going to do. He's not really used to going camping or hunting, so this will be an interesting time coming up.
But during this little jaunt into the basement, there is a brief moment of when you're sat in solitude. Nothing but the odd squeak of whatever remaining rats in the lower parts of the basement echo round, but apart from that, complete silence. I need you to roll me a Constitution saving throw, please.
Constitution.
A Constitution saving throw.
All right. Oh, there we go. It came up this time. Saving throws.
So in this brief
21.
moment, having found a stool to sit on, the old wood creaks down the various chambers and corridors of the basement, but you feel odd, unusual, deep inside of your chest. It's only fleeting, and you take a moment, glance over yourself, and nothing really has changed or altered, but this odd sensation, almost like insectoid legs just crawling their way in your chest, up each leg using your ribs like a ladder as it reaches your throat, and then at that moment just seems to vanish.
I'll have to chew the spiders more before I eat, before I swallow them next time.
And with that, we'll take it to the end of the third day. Obviously, the start of the hunt. Obviously, I'm aware some of you wish to visit the society for a brief chat, so that could be something you can do on the way. Or if you want to do things completely different, it's entirely up to you.
It'd be before, because the society's north of us and we're going south.
Mm-hmm. That's why I'm leaving it to you guys.
So we'll send the kids for their lessons first thing.
Yep. And then several hours later, is it just you going, Garrett?
Sounds like it.
All right.
Well, I mean, Reza doesn't know he's going.
So with that then, Reza, I guess you're still at the folly gathering whatever last bits and pieces you need. Garrett, you set off early afternoon, just after dinner, in the direction of the folly solo. Am I right in thinking you won't be taking the main road?
God, no. Shadow back streets.
Oh. So, it takes you a little longer due to the detour, but you deftly managed to make your way through the various shadows, back streets and alleys of Market Row. Let me... Okay. At one point, as you dart from alley to alley, you do overhear a small group of civilians, of villagers. Well, not even villagers because you're in a city. Citizens, that's better. A small group of citizens huddled round, talking in hushed tones, and you overhear a brief mention that the Inquisitors group had literally barreled through Market Row. 4 or 5 stalls were overturned. There was 3 casualties amongst the traders who got in the way of the group. And since then, they continued on. And according to rumour, are now in the Piker district to the southwest of where the folly is. Is there anything you wish to do you wish to approach the group and ask more, or are you going to continue on to?
I'll approach the group.
Okay.
How long ago did they?
So go on.
How long ago did the Inquisitor and his men pass?
A rather rough-looking chap turns around to you with the eyes wide. Hey, fucking! I didn't see you there. Where do you come from?
just down the road behind you.
Oh, shit, you're scared. Inquisitor, well, it was yesterday that they came through, and he leans around the corner and points further down the road. Do you know of the guard station just off the way there? That small little hovel where a few of the guardsmen stand.
I think I've passed it on occasion.
Hey, well, the fuckers spent the night over there and then marched their way into administration building over there. And then after that, fucked off. Supposedly a few of the others out there said that, Inquisitor and his lot have gone all the way to Parker District. Something about fires, gangs fighting in the streets.
Best they stay in any district that isn't here, what?
Oh, you are not wrong, mate. You are not wrong. Those fucking arseholes, honestly. You see that twat who's leading them? He's like 8 feet tall. Made of steel and iron. Terrifying.
So I've heard. I did think it was a bit of an over-exaggeration, but you're not the first to say this to me.
Oh, no, mate. No, mate. Honestly, I don't even think those things are fucking human anymore. It's probably some sort of amalgamation stitched together like some sort of beast from the court.
I think a wise man, if he was to hear them coming, would be to get out of their way as quickly as possible and draw as little attention to oneself as possible.
Yeah. But. And the man leans in to Garrett. At least knowing things like this, though, is surely worth a bit of coin every now and again to the right person, is it not? Zero Ultra, welcome and thank you for the follow, and thank you for that gifted tier 1 sub. I appreciate it.
Well, far be it from me to leave a man with a dry mouth after giving me such useful information, and I hold my hand out to him to shake his hand with a silver coin in my palm.
The man grins widely, takes the coin, nods. Funnily enough, there's also something else that I overheard.
Oh, do go on. It might be worth a second drink to you.
Oh. Well, word on the street from a few of my associates is, some dwarf up in Polter districts hiring people for a job. And considering how you snuck up behind me, I mean, you might be the sort of person they're looking for. I can put you in touch if you want. It's kind of like my employer, yeah.
Oh, really? Do tell.
Yeah, well, his name's Mason. Part of the Mason gang, you see, yeah. Quite a tough little bastard to single-handedly tack over the thank table. Absolute unit of a dwarf. It honestly strikes fear into the heart of anyone who sees him. He's ruthless, mate, ruthless.
Eyes like coals and farts lightning, I would think.
Hey, you're not far off. Or at least that's what the stories say.
And you work for this gargantuan dwarf hero, do you?
Oh, I do, yeah. In fact, there's quite a few of us now. Yeah.
Well, maybe I'll toddle along and see if I can get a job from him.
I think, mate, pays good. Pays good if you, you know the words on the street. Yeah, you know the business. And he winks down at the coin in his hand once again. Sneaky little bastard. Lanky, but I'm sure he'll be able to put you to use.
Well, maybe I'll try my luck.
Yeah,
What's your
thanks.
name, by the way, fellow?
Me, Vickland. Pleasure.
Vickland. Hi, I'm Mr. Blackthorn.
Mr. Blackthorn. Posh. Wink. I get you. Well, Mr. Blackthorn, I'll look forward to hopefully working alongside you in a few days, weeks' time. Granted, though, it's hard work, and he's quite picky, so you're gonna have to be well, what's they say? Bring your A game, yeah.
I hear the drinks are quite expensive in the Thank table, so have another one on me.
Vickland takes the second coin and flashes a large grin. Yeah. Cheers, Miss Blackthorn. Appreciate it.
You're most welcome, my good man, and I will hopefully see you in the future.
Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. Anyway, I've got to. Me and where's he gone? And he looks around the alley, and you just see a somewhat shorter man at the other end of the alley, just looking up and down the street. Yeah, I think it's about time we go, because, well, to be honest with you, I think we were going to go and never. I could tell you now, because, coin. We're going to go and follow those fucking armoured wankers and see what they're up to. The boss thinks that supposedly it might have something to do with him, but... well. Right, I'll see you in a bit. And with that...
See you soon. And do
Vickland.
take care, because they're dangerous people to be spying on.
Don't you worry about it. Worst case scenario, I'll toss a little twat over there to him and I'll run like fuck. Right, in a bit. He flashes a big thumbs up, turns his back to you, Garrett, and goes to rendezvous with the shorter man at the end of the alley.
What is that cheap little dwarf up to? Nothing good, I would feel.
So,
And then I move on towards the side.
So again, sticking to the back alleys, you eventually make it through towards the society with the usual rap on the door. The door swings open. You descend into the central chamber of the society where you are probably at this point met with Cypher and Vanya in the central chamber, having finished their lessons.
Indeed.
Hello, you two. Lessons been good today?
Yup, I made a thing.
A thing, you say?
Yeah, and he pulls out a long piece of black chalk from his pocket. Look, I made a thing.
No, I know that's not charcoal.
No. Black chalk.
Black chalk?
It's good for spells and stuff. Magic
It's a-
circles, that sort of stuff.
It's at that moment. Garrett, roll me a perception check, please.
Harold.
Oh, you son of a bitch. As Cypher's talking and getting quite animated, you feel this presence slinking up behind you. A familiar, uneasy, unwelcome presence.
Good afternoon, nurse.
Oh, and I tried so hard to be all sneaky. You sure you don't have an eye in the back of your head?
You're not the first to try sneaking up behind me.
Hmm.
And here I still stand.
Shame. Oh, Cypher, what have you got there?
Black chalk.
May I? The nurse extends a hand towards Cypher.
Am I gonna get it back?
Of course you are. I just want to have a look. I want to check on the craftsmanship to see how you are coming along. Yes.
Okay. He just gingerly puts it in her hand.
The nurse takes the chalk, coils her fingers around it, licks it for a moment, and then turns over her shoulder towards Vanya. Care for a lick?
What does should I lick it? What does that do?
Oh, it's cool. That's cool. Come, try.
She takes the chalk and the part she turns it to the part where like it wasn't licked and then just gingerly puts the tip of her tongue out and just touches it to it.
Roll me an Arcana check. So, how did he do?
Are we supposed to eat it because it doesn't taste good?
No, of course it doesn't taste good. It's the powdered remains of a human.
Oh, no wonder why I was salty.
But no, I'm not talking about the taste. Oh, fine, give it here. She snatches back the black chalk from Vanya and extends it back towards Cypher. That is... I don't know if the coroner has offered his words of encouragement, but...
He grunted at it.
Yes, of course that old fool grunted it, but I guess you could take that as a compliment, if nothing else. But no, well done. It is difficult to create black chalk, unless of course you have the remains of a somewhat competent caster, which I can tell you do. Or should I say, had.
Did.
Yes. The nurse then slinks up beside Garrett and tries to loop an arm over his shoulder.
Completely sidestep it.
Ah, can't help a damsel for trying, can you? Now,
You have never been a damsel.
For a very brief moment, the image over the hag drops and she just turns to you, Garrett, and offers this huge grin. How do you prefer this? Is this better for you?
Well, it more reflects your soul, I suppose.
Oh. Careful, Garrett, you talk like that and I may fall in love. Now, immediately she waves a hand over her and the hag returns to her typical disguised form. The chalk. Interesting. Care to tell me more? Also, very
No.
quickly. Again, Zero Ultra, thank you for that follow. And of course, thank you for the gifted sub to Geldar there. I appreciate that. And of course, Chrono Trigger 44. Welcome to Pariahs. the dark world that we've got going. I hope you enjoy it. So again, to bring us back in, the nurse offers towards Cypher. So, what's his black chalk? Interesting.
It's a secret, and Cypher goes to just take it out of hand.
Oh,
Man.
secret. secret. Go on, Vanya.
Cypher, a caster, like, you're not killing casters for chalk now, are you?
He kind of tilts his head and thinks about it for a second. I guess I could if I wanted more. And just looks straight at him.
Are you going to?
What, kill more casters? Probably.
Mm-hmm. And Vanya has like this internal monologue going on because she's been thinking about, like, is it wrong to take one soul to for the betterment of the rest of the souls in the world? And this is kind of helping her a little bit.
Oh my god, that's twisted.
If Reza were there, she'd be making a joke about Vanya eating people too. No.
Well, Cypher, we could maybe talk a little bit more at bedtime, right? Can I talk to you about, something that's bothering me? And maybe you can help me?
Okay.
Something you can't talk to me about? Oh, I am wounded. My heart doth bleed.
I know what your perspective would be because you've already done it.
The nurse just rolls her eyes, offers a quick wave of the hand, turns her back to the group, and begins to walk back to her chambers, leaving you all to continue the conversation.
I've learned a lot today, guys. And she pulls out her contract. It's like, look at it.
I can't read it.
I finished it. It's my first contract, Cypher. Garrett, look at it.
The squiggly lines on it are beautiful.
It smells nice.
Yeah. Oh, hold on. Touch it.
With my tongue?
Oh, I was thinking your fingers. It might taste weird with the perfume that's on it, but...
Well, I thought the black chalk would taste weird, but you licked that.
Because she told me to.
I'm starting to worry that all you do here is lick art supplies.
It's a preschool after all.
Like, me or Cypher?
The both of you licking chalk, parchment. I don't understand all this magic mumbo jumbo.
Just wait for the glue sticks.
Now, if you were
God.
to tell me they were sniffing glue, I'd believe it.
I would, I probably wouldn't lick this one because I've sprayed it with
Okay.
my perfume. I just wanted you to feel the texture of the glitter on the contract because I think it just gives it a classy feel.
Cypher closes his eyes and just runs his hand over it and tries to feel the magic in the page.
Roll me an Arcana check. It's magical, and it's a type of magic that is very uncomfortable to you.
Cypher snatches his hand away. Yuck!
Does the glitter not feel good? Did it get you? It shouldn't have been sharp glitter.
No, the magic's yucky.
My magic's yucky.
No, it just feels yucky to me. It's different.
I bet your magic would feel different to me too if I Well, I mean, it tasted gross.
Yep. Yep.
It's fair.
Well, now this is over with, I need to have a quick word with the botanist. Can I trust you two not to start licking paints or anything while I'm gone?
I don't know, because Desmond hit that heart the other day. Now I'm thinking that's pretty
yeah,
cool.
what now?
Huh? Quiet one's heart.
Oh no.
He ate a heart.
Yeah.
You're-
Like,
Wait,
Not
you're
a
killing
whole one.
casters and he's eating hearts. Garrett, can we maybe my room arrangements? No. We'll talk about this later.
That's the first sensible thing you've said all day. Right, to the botanist, and I go and knock on the botanist's door.
The door immediately just swings open.
Lovely.
And as the door swings wide open, again, no waiting, you step through the threshold and you just see a branch extending from the back of the botanist that's already opened the door. I can hear you all the way in here.
I apologize for that. I had to sit for it as well.
Yes, quite. How may I be of assistance? The dryad just begins to bring herself with the branches and plops herself right in front of you, Garrett.
You bid me to return in 2 days, and
Ah,
2 days it's been.
yes. Yes. The thorn. I had originally planned to grow it further into a blade, but something caught my eye, and I thought mayhaps there are other uses for this. And she brings the blackthorn out in both hands in front of you, Garrett. I could make a blade, or perhaps we could dry powder to be forged into something else, or added as a compound for armor. Yes. Which would you prefer?
Well, blades, I have my own. Like, flick out 2 blades and flick them away again.
The botanist just bows her head respectfully in response.
And, but some added protection, maybe that would be beneficial, because these, for the want of a better
Hey, Brad, how you
word,
doing, man?
rags I wear
And Tiger.
are not what I'm used to.
Is that so? I would be able to make a compound that is added to something. Do you know, as much as it pains me, a tanner or some armor smith?
Now, we do have one that we've been working with, that the Reza found for us.
Then give me 24 hours. I will compound the thorn, turn it to a powder to be added to will also provide chemicals for the curing process. Yes, you will need something to add it to, of course. She mentions back, or motions back to you.
A good quality hide, you mean?
I am no tanner, but yes, or a cloak, a linen, fabric, something of its ilk.
Cloak. Been many years since I last wore a cloak.
Do you wish me to powder it all the same, or perhaps I could separate it into 3 different variations of powder? Though I am unsure what the final outcome will. And
I feel if we dilute it too far, it could be a problem.
the nurse just stands there awaiting an answer. If you want to talk to Cypher, feel free. Or Vanya.
But there are more than one of us. I think if you could split it into 3, I could protect more of our number than just myself.
Understood. It will be weaker, but I will gather a few additions from my collection. Yes. Oh, there are a few things that. Oh, if I added some of the root. The botanist immediately just turns away from you, Garrett. The crazed look in her eyes of experimentation with various herbs and growths just seem to phase her out. A multitude of branches extend from her back as they begin to pull various vials, urns, and some begin to rip some of the plants out of their pots. And she just, for a moment, goes into what can only be described as a absolute frenzy of grabbing shit from her room.
I turn to walk out the door, and just before I step through, I turn and say, once again in Sylvan, I'll take my leave now, sister of the forest. May your roots go deep and your branches very high to the sun. And I'll step downstairs.
She doesn't notice. She's too busy, far too busy, just grabbing whatever she can from her shelves, from the plants growing around her, almost as if she just completely blocked the rest of the world out.
But in Garrett's mind, politeness has been achieved.
Absolutely. So with that, with you 3 finishing up whatever last miscellaneous tasks, you begin to make your way back through Market Row's alleys, into Lower Streets, back to the Folly to grab Desmond and Reza. And it's there we will call it quick. Be right back. Refill the clock and a pee break.
That's a good idea.
It is. It's a great idea.
Very well then.
So we will be right back. Refill your pee. That is it. Absolutely.
I mean, cut out the middleman, that's pretty much what you're doing.
Yeah. Allow me a moment. God damn it. All right, Tiger, Judgy, everyone, we will be but a moment.
And I'm back.
Well,
Oh, thank you, thank you.
mm-hmm.
I too have returned.
Welcome back.
You get to see me struggle trying to get this ice ball out of this mould now.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Oh, scraping ice. Oh, that goes through me. Oh no. Oh no.
Oh no no no
Oh
no
no. Cheers. Oh, I've missed the grog. Are we waiting on anyone? Gobsu,
I have returned.
welcome back.
Huzzah.
Jumplax. Okay, she's still peeing. Any conversations or quick prep you want to do upon meeting back at the Folly from anyone? Any exchanging of information?
Oh, go ahead.
No.
No.
No, I thought I heard a Lee.
So, it's fighting back a stutter.
It's so good. It's so good, my dude.
Now, I've heard a rumor while I've been out that a certain dwarf that we've had business dealings with is putting together a crew. I'm cut to the heart that he didn't invite us first.
Well, what do you think that might be?
Well, obviously, it's some filthy criminal enterprise that he's got his dirty little fingers in.
Obviously.
Wait, aren't we filthy criminals?
No, we're very clean.
Oh, that's right.
Is it murder if somebody wants it?
Vanya, what?
What?
I'm sorry, what?
Hmm?
I believe it's suicide if someone wants it, but
Oh, so it wouldn't be my fault, right?
What? I think I need more context, but also I don't know if I want more context.
I just need more time to think. I'm in a dilemma. I want to do what's right.
No, you don't.
do what's right for whom?
Um,
What's right for you and us could be completely different to be what's right for somebody else.
It's all about perspective.
I mean, if it makes it where I can do more things that I want to, then you're saying it's right? That
It's
could
all down to the
help more
situation.
people?
You really can't make broad generalizations like that, Vanya. What are you trying to justify right now?
Well, I mean, every situation's gonna be a little different, right?
What are
We
you
need to keep-
trying to justify in your mind right now?
Well, Garrett told me to go learn a little bit more about, from the nurse about the prices on my contracts, and we can get more from the contracts if we we get souls.
And
I don't believe I said you ask for soul. I just mentioned that you weren't asking for anything.
But I can do a lot more good to the masses if I ask for souls.
Souls are very powerful.
And then, if and apparently Cypher wants bodies, I could just specifically go towards casters, right? And then we're repurposing them for what Cypher's doing.
Wait, you gonna kill me some casters?
Well, I mean, they want to. They're doing it willingly, right?
what do you give them in exchange for death in their souls?
Whatever they want.
Could you? No, you know what?
Do you want something?
From you? No.
I'm sorry. It's just I'm gonna have to think on this a little bit more. It doesn't feel right, but yet if it's for the betterment, right?
I mean,
Right. I'm trying to change the world here.
think of it like this, Vanya. What use is a soul to a person after they're dead?
Because yeah. Right?
There is no heaven to go to anymore. Best you use them for the greater good, eh?
Is there... That's why I wanted to talk to you, Cypher. I knew you would know the answer.
I am wise.
Do you want the bodies?
No, they have to be alive so I can make black chalk.
Okay. I don't know how that works.
I feel this conversation is getting a little bit academic right now.
Reza's eyes are glazing over.
We'll talk about it one late night when we both can't sleep, okay, Cypher?
Okay.
Okay. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt the conversation that was going on. I just I've had all these thoughts in my head, and I needed to get it out. Yeah. Do continue.
Desmond, do you want a liquid chalk?
I don't think so. No?
It's fair.
Probably because he's full already after that heart.
At that, Desmond's just gonna. He gets this look of like, how? How did he know?
What? Garrett, what are you talking about? Desmond ate somebody's heart. Is this a metaphor?
Would you care to explain, Desmond?
Not particularly.
Well, remember the quiet one that we dispatched?
Yeah, I remember.
Some parts of it went to the society.
Uh-huh.
And someone made a meal of it.
It was just a little piece. It was just a tiny little piece.
I mean, I'm not angry. Not at all. I'm shocked maybe, but
What's it do?
We don't know.
It's honestly, it's a lot like the rat. Just thicker, gamier, squirmier.
just if there's any ill effects, Desmond, just let us know.
I don't think there will be. After all, the thing was already very harmless. Rendered harmless, that is.
It's more like it.
But I gave my word that we would look after you, and just for my own peace of mind, if you start feeling unwell after that, let us know.
Well, everything is good now, and I have been. I'm quite well.
Do you just randomly crave hearts? Should I be worried?
Are you worried that I'm going to try to eat you?
We do share a room, and there are stories of children retaliating against their parents because maybe I send you to bed early for you acting out or something like that.
Now, Vanya, there's many animals that eat their parents when they're growing.
You sure
I
you want
shouldn't
to be his
worry
mother?
too much.
Do you worry that Rez is going to eat you in your sleep?
Yes.
Why? I don't eat people.
That's not what I heard.
Wait. Tanya, I don't understand how you made it through mage school alive, because you are so dense sometimes.
I spent most of the time in the libraries. I didn't really socialize with people.
I can tell.
Anyway, light or dark is wasting, and if we're going to make a move towards the forests, we want to do it sooner rather than later.
Okay, I gotta grab my pack and I'll be right there. Cypher runs off to grab his pack of a bedroll and a change of clothes.
Okay.
Reza is all set and ready to go. She prepped while Everybody else was out.
So, obviously, the idea, I guess, is just to go out and hunt something.
Well, Garlic mentioned last session that there were some more stronger beasts in the center of the stillborn, near the big tree.
He did. So is that the game plan then? Go and attempt to find something of a little bit more,
Magical nature? Yeah.
yeah, something a little bit more voracious even.
We're sick of wearing rags, sweetheart.
But please, we've had 27. This is episode 27 of you wearing nothing but tattered armor. I can't believe you expect actual leather armor this early in a campaign.
I know, right? We're just greedy bastards. aren't we?
Absolutely. Yeah. So yeah, just would anyone like to remind chat, like, you know, what armor you've actually got? You know.
Shit, what do I have?
I think Rez is all right. Rez has got something decent. Or is it Vanya?
I got like
Vanya.
a leather chest plate.
That's what I've got. Cast off armor leather.
Oh, nice.
Cast off, i.e., reject garbage.
It's got holes in it.
Found it in a dumpster.
Oh,
I mean,
I
I've
can't
got
believe.
pretty left jerkin, but
I can't believe you want actual fucking good armor, or you know, or standard armor. Just want all the time, you lot. Okay, so with that then, all preparations made, you begin the jaunt out of the folly, down south towards the outskirts of the city.
we're going to avoid the Piker district.
Yeah, you're going to avoid the Piker district.
Yeah.
Judging on the information you've been told, you pretty much can imagine exactly where the Inquisitors' retinue are going to be working out of.
Near to where the old spyglass was and the
Yeah.
Piker's Point Keep.
Yeah.
So Reza, from her hunting, she knows a path through, like, down through like old mills on the outskirts of Malmstown.
Yeah.
And she can get them to the edge of the forest without going through
Absolutely.
that district, I would say.
Yep, you've done it multiple times over the last couple of weeks. So, following Reza's route, you begin to make your way out of Novostoya proper and into the surrounding, somewhat more rural areas. Going through the old mills, into Malmstown. Now, Malmstown is, you know, quite a relatively large-ish settlement on the outskirts of Novostoya.
We're like skirting the edge of it between Piker and Malmstown, I would say.
Sure. So as you begin to make your way through, just off to your left as you make your way around Malmstown, you would see Piker's Point Keep on, you know, like a large raised rock in the center of the Piker district. Quite an oppressive sight that, you know, looms over the entire district, and also it's used as a main defensive keep for the city as it overlooks pretty much, you know, Malmstown, all the flatlands and farmland into the Stillborn Forest. Garrett?
Ah, the forest again. It's good to be out of a city.
Did you grow up in the forest?
I've spent many years in and around forests. It's almost like I feel more comfortable here than in a built-up city.
Hmm. It is nice to get out of the city and stench.
Oh yeah, it does smell less.
Also, the hunting out here is much more discreet.
What do you mean?
Oh, this is according to because. So okay, so this is the area I generally sort of come to when I'm hungry and I need to eat, as my kind do. Because there's, beggar bandits in the woods that, easy to
Oh.
pick off and want to be best.
See?
But-
Cypher turns to Desmond. See? She eats people.
Mm-hmm.
I
But
don't
you
eat
just
people.
said
I
earlier
drink their
they-
blood and leave a withered husk behind.
That's. I think that's eating people, Reza.
It's drinking their blood.
That's drinking people.
Whatever. I don't judge you for eating the shit that Francis cooks.
I mean, I judge me for eating the shit that Francis did.
Wow. If Francis could hear you, he would be heartbroken.
Shame
You
on that, I don't know.
monsters.
We're all monsters here.
I mean... Okay, so as you break out of Malmstown, following the road south, at this point, you would be in the lightly wooded area, the outskirts of the Stillborn Forest. After roughly 20-30 minutes walk into the forest, you begin to see signs of the outcasts, the depraved, those who have been kicked out of society, exiled from Novostoya, or again, as Reza said, the beggar bandits of the forest. You tend to see a lot of small caravans and tents pitched on either side of the road, using the various branches as support for whatever lean-tos that they can assemble. The odd glare and glance is shot your way from the forest dwellers, all of them in clothing even worse than that of the beggars in the city itself. To the point where some are even at the point of having to use leaves and other detritus and debris from the forest just to clothe themselves. And eventually you get to a point where you begin to notice roughly 11 or 12 individuals begin to mill around a good 5 minutes or so in front of you, and you all get the impression that they're more than likely going to attempt to hold you up at the least.
Ah, bugger.
Would you like me to handle this?
No, I got something funny. Desmond, go say hello.
All right. So we're walking towards them. Desmond will kind of try to pick up the pace at the front, but I imagine everyone's going to keep going.
You notice that as you're walking down the road that, again, none of them seem to be wearing armour. The vast majority of the inhabitants of the roadside camps are incredibly emaciated, ill, underweight, malnourished. And as you begin to get closer to this potential roadblock, the weapons on offer, if they could even be called weapons, are mostly things like large tree branches with the odd nail in, or other farm implements, pitchforks, a couple of scythes.
Reza will kind of just subtly, discreetly, but obviously, flip her cloak back a little bit so that the hilt of her sword is visible and rest her hand on the pommel as they're approaching.
Between two heartbeats, Garrett's just disappears into the shadows of the side of the forest. Almost
Roll
like
me
he's turned completely invisible.
Roll me a quick stealth check at advantage.
Alright.
Because these 12 individuals, well, there's 11 individuals, but one of them, for the 12th, seems to stand out. He's got a long black cloak on and is a little more reserved. And Garrett, you take the moment where none of the eyes are looking down the road towards you. They just seem to be coordinating something further on, and you just step off to the side, dipping into the shade of the trees.
Does the fellow in the black cloak, if we're close enough, does he look like something other than what the rest of them are? Like, is it a nice cloak compared to the shit the rest of them are wearing?
It's a dirty black cloak.
Okay.
So with Desmond taking the lead, eventually you come up to this roadblock. The man in the black cloak steps forward, looks across you all, and then towards Desmond. You're offering me a kid, are you? That's a first.
Hello.
Oh, hello, little boy. Now. Oh,
And
thank
Desmond's
you.
just paying attention to him.
So, you lot are quite out of your depth there, deep in the forest, if I may say so. Far from the city, you city folk shouldn't be here. But don't you lot worry, 'cause I am here to guide you through the forest. Yes, me and my lovely group here are naught but friendly tour guides through the stillborn.
No, thank you.
Reza waits for Desmond to speak since they made him go first, but she really wants to say something.
What about you, little boy, eh? The man's just going to walk up to Desmond and squat down, resting his elbow, his forearms on his thighs as he squats down, probably about a foot or so away from Desmond. Go on.
Okay.
Go on.
Well, so he's basically right in my face. Right in Desmond's
Absolutely.
face.
Absolutely.
Vanya's gonna walk up and say, "Can you leave? That is my child. You were in my child's face."
Oh, I'm sure, but he looks like he wants to say something. Oh, that's all right. You don't have to piss yourself, little boy. Go on.
And Desmond is going to just he's generally has a pleasant demeanor, but the man is right there. It's clear what he's trying to do. So Desmond is going to reach and just grab him right by his throat, like his larynx in that area. I don't think anyone will hear you scream back in town this far out.
There's a reason it's called the Stillborn Forest.
Immediately, as you do that, you see the rest of the assailants who have almost made a semicircle around you all immediately begin to grab their weapons. Two at the back with bows draw with an arrow knocked, and this man
One of the bowmen at the back feels a knife at his throat as Garrett's melted out of the trees. Up behind him, he just holds the dagger, pulling his head upwards with it. His left arm round the guy's throat.
Alright, so that's him out of action. Desmond, anything further you're doing? Are you trying to crush this guy's larynx, or are you just holding him there?
Just holding him because, he's strong. He's not strong enough to just like crush someone's throat. Like he's not like an ogre. But he'll hold him there, and just he's muckled on. Well, we don't need your guidance. Perhaps these people do, but I imagine they'll be quite lost if something happens to you.
That's right, Desmond. You hold him still, and Reza pulls out her malice blade. Hold him still. I'll just slice his head clean off. Be nice and quick.
Hearing this, Desmond, I need you to make me a athletics check, please, because the lead of this group is obviously going to try and pull away from this.
Oh yeah, absolutely. My character sheet just disappeared. 1 moment.
So yeah, as he's trying to scream out commands through his health, he will try and tear himself away from Desmond's grasp, which doesn't go well.
Fuck off.
In spite of kicking and screaming, he just can't seem to break away from the grasp.
Reza sees that Desmond's got him held tight, so she'll kind of whip around behind her and stretch out her arm and point the sword at the throat of the closest bandit to her. Hopefully it's like right next to his throat. Yeah. They all begin to converge, apart from the archers at the back, one who's currently like, oh shit. The other archer, seeing his friend have a knife at his throat, immediately drops bow and fucking runs. He just begins to full pelt into the forest. Now, I strongly suggest that your day will get a lot better if you vacate this area immediately and forget you ever saw us. How does that sound?
The bandit... I can't even really call them bandits.
Their future lunch, but go ahead.
The beggar bandit, who is... or the beggar brigand, held at sword point to Reza, just a big wide-eyed jaw slight, just begins to nod furiously. As this is going on, Cypher, Vanya, what are you two doing through all this?
Cypher's pulled up both his daggers, so he's trying to look menacing. He's like, yeah, come on.
Roll me intimidation check.
Nice.
Got him.
All right. You know what? Hang on. I go for a charisma saving throw. Yeah.
No.
No.
With fun.
They're looking at this equally thin and frail man with two daggers drawn. Going, come on. And those who are just focusing on Cypher don't seem to feel intimidated. They don't seem to see the outer, the larger picture. And so you've got, I would say, about 2 or Yeah, let's go with 2 assailants just beginning to slowly edge towards you, Cypher, on the road.
How close are they?
At this point, probably about 15 feet away.
Cypher's going to jump forward 5 meters and poison spray one of them right in the fucking face.
Oh.
As he does that, Reza's gonna follow it up with something.
Okay. So while this is going on, Vanya, what are you doing?
Vanya is kind of guarding Desmond, you know, as her child, and is just spitting out things like, your life could be so much more incredible. Just leave. I mean, you may ask yourself today, like, are you good enough? Yes, you are. You know, just embrace the glorious mess that you are and turn around and do something with yourself. This does not have to go down like this.
So, through all that, first up, Cypher, you managed to hit the first guy perfectly. The second guy obviously sees, and he'll dodge out of the way. So how does it look as this poison spray goes off? First guy, free to, you do what you want. Go ham.
So I just jump forward and I just go, and he's like, what the fuck? And just like, what's this guy gonna do? And then I spray a poison, and his friend is only saved by the fact that his mate is in the way. And he'll just take a face full of poison, and he'll just be like, and he's stop frothing at the mouth and shit, and he'll just keel over.
On the floor, twitching, the other guy next to the one who was poisoned is, again, bolts, sprinting away. Reza?
To add like an exclamation point to this,
Go for it.
Reza has prestidigitation, and like the odor of, like, a very strong odor of rotting flesh begins to surround the rest of them. Like, are you sure this is where you want to die?
Vanya, roll me a persuasion. Reza, roll me an interrogation, please.
Interrogation or intimidation?
Intimidation, sorry. Interrogation.
Okay.
So I was in the process of trying to change music for a moment there.
Wait, I'm doing persuasion.
Persuasion, yes.
Okay.
Fucking hell.
6 of the depraved that are flanking behind this leader that Desmond's currently holding immediately turn at Vanya, hearing her words, and one of them calls out, "We do better. Have you noticed? Oh, fuck this." 6 turn and again just begin, not so much flee, but steadily begin to backtrack on themselves until they feel they're safe enough, and then break out in a sprint. The others aren't really focused on Reza, and they're like, this smell of rotting flesh is, whilst unpleasant, look at where they live. They aren't exactly unfamiliar with the smell of death or that of the unwashed masses that are living in the forests, but their attention is on the fact that someone's just been sprayed in the face with poison. As they turn, they see potentially someone about to die by getting their throat cut as the archers are held. One's already running. And last but not least, their leader held in a vice-like grip by this small child.
Is the guy that Reza had her sword pointed at, is he still there or did he run?
That's up to you.
Well, she told him to run if he...
All right, if you told him to run,
exactly
he would immediately drop his club, turn, and sprint.
So, since he's there, she sheathes her sword, whips her bow out, and... Is the other archer still
No,
present?
the other archers ran. As soon as
Other
he
archers
saw
ran?
Garrett with a blade to the archer, he literally dropped bow and ran.
Okay.
He wanted none of that shit.
She
So, in
sheathes
fact,
her
go
sword.
on. No, go on.
She just sheathes her sword then and just kind of stands there with her hands on her hips like, we're waiting. Is it to be death? Or get to live another miserable day?
So, at this point, there's the leader of the group who's currently, at this point, on his hands and knees, trying to wrestle free the grasp from Desmond, and probably about 3 others, and of course the archer that Garrett's got at knife point. We'll go around the table and see how you want this to end, so who wants to go first?
Desmond, right in
Go
this
for it.
guy's face, is going to say to him, "The next time I see you will be the last time anyone sees you." And he's going to try to frighten the guy.
All right. I mean, I don't want to sort of, you know, if you are beaten by any scores, you've been beaten by a fucking commoner.
Yeah. It's,
So,
right. Special actions.
oh, you're going proper. Okay.
Yeah, I want to make him absolutely terrified, and I'm trying to just find it in the...
You may need something to
There we go.
target. Nope, never mind. Wisdom saving throw. That fails.
And
So-
Desmond is going to push him and basically just throw him over backwards, and just with that, let him scurry into the woods, whatever he's going to do.
That is exactly what he will do. He will kick off from the dirt path beneath his feet and just bolt straight into the forest, babbling incoherently as he does so. Garrett, what do you want to do with your captive?
Leave me till last, if you would.
All right, okay. So again, there's 3 others remaining, which Vanya, Cypher, Reza.
Reza will draw her sword back out and be like, really? Come on. And then she goes to, like, slap their behinds with the flat of the sword, like, come on, get!
What are you doing now? I'm so sorry. I'm just so angry. Oh. And as the repeated slaps of the flat side of the blade slams into this emaciated peasant, crying and sobbing, he limps into the forest. And you can just hear the constant crying, this for a good few minutes as it echoes through the trees. Vanya.
With hers, she's just, whispering in their ear, the chance to love and be loved exists no matter where you are. Don't run your chances by engaging in this.
Does that mean you love me? Hey.
No. This just means you live another day to possibly be loved by someone else.
Oh. I mean, there's not many people in the forest that... Oh, in fact, there's Jenny. She's not got many teeth, but she's a bit of a... Oh.
And at this point, he receives a slap from Reza on his head.
She's gonna yell, go find Jenny!
And I'm like, thank you. Ow, ow, ow. And in half encouraged, half being slapped with the flat of a sword, the other depraved darts into the forest, leaving Cypher with the one man dead on the floor.
Punched
One
down
man-
over the dead man, poking him in the face, and he looks at the guy that's left, who's kind of standing there, not know what to do. I go, he's proper dead.
Yeah, it's... I didn't mean no harm. We just thought you might have coin. We were hungry. Just... And the man starts backing away from Cypher. And obviously, if you leave him to his own devices, he too will depart.
Who's left? Is
Just the
everybody
archer.
else gone?
Yeah, just the archer that Garrett's got.
I'll let him go. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, I think that was a job well done, everyone. Might be a good opportunity for lunch. Reza?
Hey! Huh?
Garrett, that is so sweet of you to take me out to lunch. And her eyes kind of start shining brightly, and only to this one guy's eyes, like her visage twists a little bit, and her fangs look like they're getting longer as she smiles at him and approaches.
Oh, I'm sorry! I didn't mean anything by it!
Don't worry.
No, 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 no,
It'll
no,
be
no.
over before you know it.
I lift the man's chin with my knife.
Reza.
Is this like Vampire Foreplay? Is this what's going on right now?
So takes a handkerchief out of her pocket and sprinkles a little water on it from her water bottle and like cleans off an area of his filthy neck. And then she dives in.
I will give you a fury point on that, and should you need it, a free bite attack to recover any HP.
Thank you. I'm at full health, but I will take the fury point.
Okay.
And then what the rest of the group sees as, which I think, this is a good learning opportunity for everyone, is over the course of, I'd say, like, I don't know, 10, 15 minutes, they just watch as this man's body just slowly pales and then begins to shrivel up and dry out as all of his blood is removed from his body.
Obviously, I release him and back off as soon as the fangs go in.
Vanya's gonna turn to Desmond and say, I don't think I'll ever tell anybody to open your heart and drink in this glorious day again.
Oh. Go on, Desmond.
Now that you mention it, she is just doing what you said.
True, and I think I may have told her to do something like that before, but I didn't know that it would result in her literally drinking in this glorious day.
So Reza eventually stands up and uses her handkerchief to kind of like wipe her mouth, and she's like, not the best, but good for another week now. We should probably hide this though. Pointing to the husk.
Vanya's gonna say, Desmond, do you want the heart?
No? Why would I want that?
Cypher, do you need the body for chalk?
No, he's already dead. His soul's already gone.
Yeah, you said they had to be alive. Okay.
Well, we should bury this one too. I think he's still alive. He's twitching.
Oh, that's not very humane. And Garrett just manifests a dagger and chucks it into the guy's chest.
God, weird monsters.
Whatever,
he's dead.
whatever semblance of life was, or vestiges of life that was left in this desiccated husk of a man, fades. The body no longer twitching and incredibly pale and emaciated just lies there on the side of the road where Reza dropped him.
No, I was on about the other guy that got poison sprayed in the face.
Oh, that one. Oh shit. Okay.
Yeah, my guy was super dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, her guy's proper
Yeah,
dead.
I didn't get that. Yeah. So the desiccated guy is dead as fuck, and the guy who was poisoned whilst twitching on the ground is put out of his misery. Reza, you're good for another 7 days.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it was getting to be time, so that worked out.
What do you do with the bodies?
Probably, well, so Reza's gonna grab the husk, because she always cleans up after herself. And she kind of drags him off the main path and finds like a hollow and spreads some leaves and twigs on him and says, thank you, friend. Your body will nourish the forest, as your blood has nourished me.
Are you doing the same with the other as well?
Yeah. Follow suit. I mean, I'll bitch and moan until somebody helps me drag his corpse. But yeah.
Desmond will drag him easily. Desmond's good at moving things.
Yeah.
While they're doing that, I'm going to find the 2 dropped bows and cut the bowstrings, just because I don't want an arrow in the back.
Fair. So with Desmond and Cypher, or more likely Desmond moving the body and Cypher supervising.
Yeah, Cypher's pretend dragging the body while Desmond's actually doing all of the work.
Yeah.
Cypher's carrying one finger.
She's got the arm. You eventually begin to hit the road once again, making your way further and deeper into the forest. And eventually reaching a point where the path begins to diverge. To your left, if you follow the path for a good 20-30 minutes and then take a slight detour, you'll eventually come to the open plain where the great tree is. And it's this area where you all begin to get the impression there may be creatures around here.
If memory serves, the more powerful creatures of the wood tend to come close to the great tree.
We've got to be careful of that stump thing that's there, right?
Absolutely. We would not do to anger that again. And more to the point, it doesn't have much in the way of hide.
True.
Do we turn from the path then and start moving around the tree through the woods?
I would say so.
Alright. Everyone, please be careful where you're placing your feet. We're not necessarily trying to avoid notice, but we don't want to startle game with loud noises. Like the cracking of twigs, etc. Or inane prattle. And she's kind of looks at Vanya when she says that.
and she's going to step behind Reza, like exactly where she steps, to make sure that she's not like stepping on twigs or leaves or anything like that.
That's fair. So go on.
I was just gonna say, Garrett, do you want me to lead the way, and you can keep track of everyone from the back, or how do you want to approach it?
You can lead. I will be off to the flank.
Sounds good.
Fucking flank. Okay.
So Reza will proceed with carefully turning off the path and sort of like stalking through the forest quietly as a hunter would, looking for something to shoot.
Okay. So, for the sake of party composition, Reza's currently taking up the lead as Pathfinder, followed by
Vanya, who's literally a shadow.
okay, followed by
Desmond. That's safer bringing up the rest.
That works.
Okay. Garrett is well off the flank.
Mm-hmm.
How far roughly would you say feet wise?
Not far, about between 10 and 20 feet, but melted into the trees.
Yeah, he could see us. We can't see him, probably.
Pretty much. I'm moving through the shadows, just making sure nothing comes at them from the side and the back. I'm slightly off to one side, but I can see behind them and in front of them.
Sure.
That makes sense to you.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense.
Just so you're aware, Desmond's going to be probably 10 feet back away from the first two, just because doesn't want to get in the way because Rez is doing the Pathfinder, doesn't want to potentially cause any problems with what she's doing. So just a little bit of a gap there.
Yep. Okay. So with that, you begin to make your way down the main pathway of that leads towards the great tree, eventually turning off. Reza, can I ask you to roll me a survival and an investigation check, please?
Jeez, you may.
Garrett, can I ask you to roll me a perception check, please?
Yup.
Jesus Christ. Okay. After roughly 45 minutes to an hour of you all making your way through the forest, you see the occasional mutated deer, the odd hare. For all intents and purposes of this hunt, though, small game. It's not until eventually you begin to loop away from the large tree, just on the outskirts of the central clearing that you were all familiar with, that Reza, you would begin to see the occasional broken branch. I'm not talking twigs that have snapped, I'm talking branches that have been broken, the sign of a somewhat larger creature making its way
Reza
roughly through this area. Sorry, go on.
will pause for a moment, looking around, and confident that Garrett will notice her stopping. She makes a gesture to the broken branches she can see with like two fingers and like a flight attendant style to draw his attention to them.
He spots it.
Sorry, Gary, you would be aware that there is nothing in the vicinity coming from the flanks or behind them. So you've got, you're pretty confident they won't be ambushed.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so Reza is gonna continue. She's gonna follow the path of broken branches, looking for any kind of footprints that she might be able to identify. But we're doing this slowly now,
Okay.
being very conscious for any signs of what this creature might be that carved this pathway through the forest.
Before that occurs, Vanya, Desmond, Cypher, do you three wish to add anything to the events?
No, Cypher's never hunted, so he's just hanging back, being deathly quiet. Like, if you didn't know he was there, you wouldn't know he was there.
All right.
Since
Desmond?
the
So, Vanya?
pace, since
No,
the
go-
pace
yeah.
is slowed, Vanya has slowed her pace now, but has started kind of lifting her knees to like slow it down and walking on her tippy toes.
I'm imagining her also just kind of like holding onto the back of Reza's cloak.
Okay.
I'm surprised she didn't run into the back of you whenever you stopped.
Oh, you shouldn't have said that. Vanya, roll me a dexterity saving throw.
Damn it.
You're good. You're good. Desmond, what are you up to? Anything in particular you wish to add, or are you also just following?
Just following, just not saying anything. Like, he's aware that he's not the stealthiest person, so he's not like trying to sneak or like do anything. Not trying to go off the very path that Rez has been walking. He's just staying on that. He's just trying not to, stand out too much because he's already just a little bit out of place.
Okay. I'm going to call a very quick pee break for the last one.
No.
While I also DM Reza something.
All right.
So yeah, we'll call a very, very brief break there. Alright, there we go. So that's the way. I will be right back, everyone. Uno moment.
Come back.
Same.
It has begun.
My coffee is gone and I'm sad.
I've returned.
Welcome back.
Thank you. I think just Garrett. Between Garrett and Vanya. Welcome back.
And of course I was muted.
Fucking course he was.
Of course he was. Okay, there we go. Okay. Does Starfield is incredibly addictive. Incredibly
It is
addictive.
Very, very good.
It's not bad. It's not bad. At all. Your boy may have become a space pirate.
No.
I would recommend it, but not till later on. Don't fuck yourself like I have. Anyway. With you all now in position, Garrett off to the flank, Reza and Vanya close behind. Behind them by about 10 feet is Desmond, and behind Desmond is Cypher. You begin to make your way through almost like a natural dirt path through the trees. Reza, you'd notice that the branches have become more and more apparent. A multitude are scattered across the dirt and the grass. And it's here, just ahead, that you hear the sound of movement. In front of you, a large fallen tree. What do you do?
Reza. Oh, sorry.
I just said, what do you do?
Reza, so she can hear the noise. She sees the tree, so I'm guessing the noise is probably just beyond the tree.
Absolutely.
So she's gonna like signal to everyone to move behind the tree, and so she's gonna move over there and take cover and wait till everyone is like settled behind the tree, and then like peek up over this fallen log to see what's making the noise.
So before you continue, Garrett, are you also going to make your way over to the tree, or are you going to stick to the flanks and the shadows?
I'm going to stick to the flanks.
Okay. Are you wanting to go past the fallen tree, or sort of like in line with it?
I'll go
Just
in
off-
line with it, but just
in line
off to
with
the side slightly.
Okay. Left or right?
Right.
Right? Okay. After a few moments of everyone getting into position, Reza, what do you and everyone else see?
Peeking up over this fallen log, we see a massive, what appears to be a wolf. Large, very large white wolf. It appears to be caught in a large patch of brambles that are just kind of like getting stuck into its white fur, and it's black eyes are just like it is pissed off, it looks like, and that is what has been making this racket.
The wolf, while tossing and turning in this incredibly thick patch of brambles, doesn't notice your approach. Reza, with you being the closest, how do you all want to do this?
So Reza is going to... Let me find it.
Just going to bring that up just in case.
There's reasons.
Trying to remember where my arcane arrows are. Do.
The feature.
Okay. Thank you. So Reza is... So the first thing she's going to do is watch the wolf for, I'd say, maybe like 6 seconds to observe its movements and how it's thrashing around. And then she is going to draw her bow and like crouch stand behind the log, but so she has enough room to shoot.
Okay.
And she is going to aim for its head, so she doesn't ruin
It
the pelt.
does have its back to you at the moment.
Oh, its back is to us? Okay.
Yeah, its back is to you. And it is, again, just... it's not just stuck in brambles, sat there doing nothing. This thing is thrashing the fuck around, trying to break out.
Right. That's why she was like kind of like observing its movements. So then she's gonna changing things slightly. So
if you're all if this is happening, basically you will get a full round of surprise where everyone will get an action before it activates, before it can do anything. If that's how we're going. Yeah?
Yeah, that's what's happening here. So Reza is going to, I guess, aim for the hindquarters.
Okay. In that case then, what I will say is everyone roll initiative. Reza, you will be going first. Obviously, you're going first. Looking. This will be a full round of surprise. So again, the large wolf won't see you coming.
All right, so Reza is going to do what I said, like almost standing all the way up, but so that the least amount of her is visible as possible. Observe the movements, and then do this is can aim shot and arcane arrow happen in the same turn?
They can indeed.
All right. I don't think so. It's one or the other, right?
That's a good question.
Because I want to do grasping arrow.
It can. So yeah, you roll the damage first, and then you do the effect after. So yes, it can.
Okay, and then.
So roll to attack first before you throw in grasping arrow, because you may miss.
Okay. And I do.
And you hit just.
I hit. Okay.
Just, as the arrow is launched, it slams into the rear hind of the Rogan Wolf, striking it in its flank.
Okay. So, aim shot is versatile.
Versatile, yeah. And then with the damage from the grasping as well, I believe.
Yeah.
12 point damage from your aim shot, and then an additional 6. So how does this look as you launch the arrow?
She stands up, and then she takes careful aim, and she fires this arrow, and as it strikes the hindquarters of the wolf, like it looks like these vines kind of grow out of the arrow, out of the wound, and just like lash this wolf more securely to the ground. Even more so than it was before, stuck in the bramble thicket.
So, normally it would take damage when it moved out, but due to the fact that I said that it's currently thrashing around in the brambles, immediately it just begins to take damage from being caught up in even more thorns.
Mm-hmm.
Any further actions?
That is gonna be it.
All right. Very quickly, Jacob Boom, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the crew. I appreciate it. Garrett, from the flanks, you see Reza launch this arrow out, and immediately it bursts in a flash as these tendrils wrap around the wolf. What do you do?
Well, from my place, just behind this route, I'm going to take steady aim.
All right.
And I'm going to yeet a psychic blade at it.
All right. As the blade materializes in your hand, you launch it. Oh, fuck off.
Excuse me.
From your position on the flank, you easily managed to lodge it into the chest of the Roggen Wolf.
What do you do? Throw a claymore?
Let me guess. Sneak attack.
Yeah, I think I might use my sneak attack with that, you know.
Yeah.
Little butt.
Hold. Hang on. Sneak attack. Damage. Crit.
Damage is a crit as well. Oh my god. The side blade launched from Garrett just punctures straight through the chest cavity of the Roggen Wolf and rips out the opposite side, coating the brambles that it's caught in crimson blood. Immediately the wolf's strength begins to lessen. But in fact, I'll let you finish your turn. Go for it.
And with my second attack,
Yeah. 19 hits. The second side blade launched, thrown from your grasp, slamming into the hind of the Roggen Wolf. Any further actions?
that's my turn.
Yeah.
I actually
Batter
have a
them.
question.
Go for it.
I'm so sorry. I'm just looking
okay.
at Grasping Arrow. So the damage I rolled was the poison damage it took.
Correct. Yes, the 6.
So should I, the way you said, should I roll it again for the thrashing around damage?
No. That was the
No,
damage.
okay.
That was the damage because it was thrashing around. That was the damage it took. Normally, it only takes damage
When it moves.
when it moves.
Well, no, there's the poison damage and the damage when it moves.
You're right. In that case, then go for it. Yeah, roll me an extra damage on it. I'll let you have that.
Okay. And sorry, I didn't notice that on my turn.
That's all good. All right. So again, as the creature begins to thrash around, the brambles cut into it along with the thorns and tendrils from your grasping arrow, Reza. And at this point, it seems pretty fucked up. The Roggen Wolf itself will... can only move 10 feet. And it's going to try and not only get out of your brambles, it's going to get out of the brambles that it's caught in.
we have to finish the surprise round first?
You do. You're right. Yeah. So Desmond. I completely forgot about that.
My initiative rolled twice. Pushed me to the end of the initiative. I've got it 2.
Okay. Yeah, do you want me to update you to a 2?
Yes, please. I don't know why it pulled the second time.
So you've not got anything that allows that gives you a. All right, Cypher, over to you.
I just get a +1.
Okay.
Shadow Boulder.
Okay. You reach out, casting a bolt of shadow towards the Rogan Wolf. That is pretty much on its. Oh! What?
Well,
We told you.
What? What? It's dead.
that happened.
What happens as the shadow bolt slams into the Rogan Wolf?
It's thrashing about, trying to turn around to its attackers, and as it whips round, it literally catches this shadow bolt right between the eyes, and it just caves in its skull. And I'm like, "Hey, got it!"
The Rogan Wolf drops to the ground, twitches for a moment as the vines begin to wrap around it and keep it in place. Any further actions?
No.
Vanya?
Vanya is going to say, "Don't wolves usually travel in packs?" And she's going to look around to see if she sees other wolves.
I'm so proud right now.
Roll me a perception check. Okay. 11. As you begin to glance around at your surroundings, in the silence of the wolf dropping to the depth, you hear no movement, no howling, no signs of any other wolves.
Can I ask a question to the
Of course
group
you
real
can.
quick?
Yeah, you've got a moment to immediate danger's past. Crack on.
Okay, do you guys want to lure them? Because I have a boar I can throw out.
No, what? Instead.
No, more wolves. More hide.
Well, not just yet. I think that our next step would probably be best to skin and butcher this one, which I could do if the rest of you want to like keep watch while I'm doing that, and maybe hold the boar in reserve if more wolves show up while we're taking care of this one.
Okay, I'll take the left side, guys.
I'm really comfortable here.
All right, I appreciate your moral support, Cypher.
Any movement, Vanya?
She's gonna stay where she's at.
Yeah?
Yep.
All right.
Why do you say it like that?
I'm just asking. You've not moved. I'm just asking if you wanted to move. Desmond.
Desmond is thinking that it just feels weird that this large predator somehow got snared in these brambles. So he's gonna climb up on top of this log, and he's just looking over there to see if there's. It just seems very odd to him. Like, sure, that happens, but it's a very large wolf, and these are just brambles. He's looking to see if maybe there's something else going on here that's not. Like, it just seems like something trapped this wolf, and we just stumbled upon it. So he's looking for, like.
Roll me an investigation with advantage.
Oh boy.
Made it make sense.
It makes perfect sense. And with a 15, as you glance over to where the wolf's currently now dead, you indeed do notice that the brambles are twitching, moving ever so slightly, trying to draw this creature, this wolf, closer and closer to the ground. And you said you were moving forward, so I'm going to basically stick you on there for the moment.
Yes.
From your elevated position, you can see that the brambles are starting to slowly try and pull the corpse of this wolf now into the ground. For the others who are just glancing around, it's not noticeable, but for you who is intently focused on this, you can see it.
All right. So Desmond's going to say, Reza, don't go any closer than that. There's something there still.
What is it, Desmond? And she's like high alert now.
Something's pulling the wolf down, like it's trying to consume it. He doesn't really know nature, so he doesn't have anything to say, like, so. That's pretty much all he can get out. Is there's something still there, something still pulling it down.
Right, Reza. Alright, I will move very carefully and investigate further.
Before that happens, Desmond, any further actions on your part?
He's got his shield up,
Okay.
and he's just, he's expecting something is going to happen at this point. So he's got his weapon in one hand, his shield in the other. He's just up there looking down at this because he has no idea what's going on. He just knows that something is going on.
All right. Reza.
Alright, so this is what Reza's gonna do. She's gonna pull out her malice blade, and what she's gonna do is come around right here and then start stabbing the blade into the ground.
Okay.
Before each step she takes closer to the wolf. So she's moving one step at a time, stabbing the ground in front of her to see if it reacts before each step she takes, so she doesn't step into something's mouth.
Roll me a perception check. In front of you, where you're stabbing, you just end up stabbing dirt and grass.
Well, that's fine. She's just watching for, like, a reaction from the vines.
A reaction.
Yeah, sorry. So what she's doing is, like, trying to find out, like, what are the bounds of this thing that's trying to...
You have no idea. You stabbed...
Okay.
With a 3, you stabbed the dirt. You stabbed the ground.
Yeah, I mean, so she's... I'd say she'd get that close, trying to... Yeah.
And you continue stabbing the dirt and stabbing the ground. To no response. And you are none the wiser. Apart from now, you're aware that the vines are starting to pull this large wolf. Granted, the wolf doesn't seem to be being eaten by anything. The vines are starting to basically compress it into the dirt. Almost like string around roast ham that you're about to stick in the oven.
Alright, Reza's gonna move right next to the wolf. Again, sticking her sword into the ground before each step.
Okay.
And she is going to slice at the vines that are trying to pull the wolf into the ground.
Oh. Roll me an attack. .26, you begin to slice into and cut through several of the vines. Roll damage. As you cut through the vines immediately, several of them would just pull back and retract into the ground. And from the ground beneath you, it begins to shudder and jolt. From your left, what can only be described as a tree root bursts out of the ground, followed by the right-hand side of you, another. But these tree roots don't look like roots. They look like clawed hands as this large creature steps forth. Right, let me hide the wolf and move the wolf for a second. There we go. The wolf's cast aside by the various vines, and immediately as this large treant-like beast emerges from the ground, a nauseous wave of fumes bursts from it. I need you to roll me a Constitution saving throw, please.
Oh dear.
Fucking hell. Due to your constitution, shall we say, your nature, you are completely unaffected by this miasma of... Oh, how to describe it? I would almost say it's like a cloud of pollen. Caustic pollen. Spores, yeah.
Oh, another bonus to vampirism. No seasonal allergies, guys.
But yeah, as this large treant, Garrett, I need you to roll me an investigation check very quickly.
Oh.
Uh, 13 is actually enough.
Reza is going to whisper yell, I found something!
From this treant-like creature here, multiple tendrils begin to shoot out towards Reza. Have you got any further actions, Reza?
No. I don't have enough fury points to do what I want to do.
Also...
Oh, wait, I did damage. I do have another fury point. Oh, is that...
Okay.
Sorry, go ahead.
No. Is that you done?
I'm just double checking fury points if it has to be humanoid creatures. Whenever you do combat damage with an unarmed strike or a melee ranged weapon to a target that can bleed and is not dead. Okay, yeah, so I do have 2 fury points.
This thing doesn't bleed. It's a tree. It's a
No,
construct.
I meant the wolf.
Elemental.
I would have gotten another fury point from the wolf.
Oh, from the wolf. Yeah.
Yeah, so she is... Yeah. I do have a bonus action, sorry.
Okay, go for it. No, go for it.
She is going to, Vampiric Mist back to the log.
Okay. Fair. Jacko, well played. What a sap. As you immediately turn into mist with your vampiric abilities and bounce back into the prime material plane, you quickly cast a glance over your shoulder and realize that the vines you cut off have started to become animated and are moving, turning their attention in your direction.
Just fire! Kill it with fire!
At that, it will immediately begin to charge in your direction. This treant-like entity begins to pick up pace. Not just stomping, the various thorn and root-like appendages classed as legs begin to pick up speed in a churning advance. This allows it to move up to 5 times its speed, leaving a trail of difficult terrain in its wake. And it will just plow straight through Reza, Vanya, and Desmond. So, Vanya, Desmond, and Reza, I need you all to make me a dexterity saving throw, please, as this thing just begins to barrel through the ground. Upending dirt, grass, rocks, roots, and trees in its wake. You all fail. As you are hit by the debris, you take 4 points of bludgeoning damage and are knocked aside. With that, as it comes to a stop, having broken through the tree, the creature turns round and seeing that its closest target is Cypher and reaches out with a thorned vine towards him.
I'm gonna impose disadvantage on it with my shield because he's adjacent to me.
Okay.
That's my
throw
one
it up.
fighter ability.
Yep, throw it up.
Let's see, here it is. Fighting style
DMs.
protection. Go up.
You got a should be a reaction, I believe. Reaction use feature. Is it in there?
Yes.
Fighting style protection.
Yep. While wielding a shield and the creature can see attacks a target other than you within 5 feet, you can use your reaction to impose disadvantage on the attack roll.
All right. In that case, then I will roll the second one. So 22 against 14. 14. Just 14 hits, Cypher.
Yeah, it definitely hits.
Yeah.
I tried.
As the thorn vine slashes down upon oh my god! You are whipped up for 26 points of damage, which breaks down to, if it makes a difference, 17 points of piercing damage and 4 points of acid damage. As the sap splashes on you, it immediately hits out with a caustic effect.
I will use Strength of the Grave not to go down.
Oh.
I am 1 HP.
Oh my god, that is exact your HP count!
And
No.
Rez, I don't think you're safe. Because immediately the vines begin to dip in and out of the ground towards you. Whipping out 20.
Barely hits.
What off a crit? For 9 points of damage as they begin to wrap around your leg. Crawling up, stabbing into your calf, into your thigh.
Stop it!
As Garrett, from your flank, you just see this large tree just burst towards the group in a unprecedented speed. Over to you.
Start by saying, "Oh no, it's an arbosite. It's a Fey-infused tree."
Roll me a history check, quick. Is it something that you're familiar with? Oh my fucking god. Oh god. Alright, I'll give you three questions. You would know about this creature.
Weaknesses.
Weaknesses. Damage resistances. I'll give you both resistance and vulnerabilities. It's resistant to bludgeoning and piercing attacks, so it only takes half damage. And it's vulnerable to fire.
Check.
Takes double damage from fire, but half damage from bludgeoning and piercing. Second question.
Is there a way we can get away from it?
Probably not. No. It having seen how fast it can traverse through ground, you know that when they are wanting to feed on nutrients, they can move up to 5 times their speed, and they can move at tremendous speed, which causes this horrific.
What other abilities has it got?
Whenever you deal a considerate amount of damage to it, there is a chance it will split. The tendrils that are cut off from it will reanimate, or not so much reanimate, but act of their own volition. And it can slowly regenerate if not on fire. That's your 3 questions, I believe.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, what I'm going to do is take one of my remaining oil jars and use it at it.
All right. You can call this out to anyone if you wish. You've got enough time to shout. It's huge. It's not going to avoid your oil jar. I'll let you use that as a bonus action.
Cool. In that case, I'll just follow it up with an attack action because my attacks aren't piercing or slashing.
That's correct.
So I've chucked the oil jar at it.
Yep, so the oil jar sails through the air, shatters against the creature, covering it in whale oil. And the blade, it's not hard to miss this thing, but as you throw the psychic blade, with this thing being a fey-infused creature, you get the impression that it just wasn't deep enough to hit.
Mm-hmm.
With a second sonic blade flying out. That will do it.
That's gonna.
For 11.
I'm just gonna shout to everyone that it's weak to fire. Your blades aren't gonna do as much.
All right. With that, let me get rid of the Rogan Wolf because that thing is dead.
Dead.
Dead as fuck. If there's no further actions, Cypher, over to you.
Pistol. I'm gonna Misty Step.
You're gonna Misty Step?
Yeah. As a bonus action over to. Yeah.
Yep.
And then I'm gonna spend 2 sorcery points.
Okay.
I'm gonna meta magic transmute spell.
Okay.
And I'm gonna cast Legion. A fiery legion of death. Enjoy.
We shall also ignite the oil.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hang on a minute. You're doing what?
Yes. Yes. My legion is on fire.
Okay.
Transmute spell. When you cast a spell, deals a type of damage. From the following list, you can spend 1 sorcery point to change that damage to one of the others listed. Acid called fire. Lightning, fires, and thunder. Fire!
So, how does this look?
Horrific.
Yeah, yeah. No, you probably haven't watched the most recent Bleach.
No, I'm not. I can't stand it.
Basically, skeleton shades that have this black flames covering it crawl out of the floor and start tearing up this fucking thing.
As the flaming skeletal hand reaches out of this fire and touches the arbor the oil immediately combusts. The whole creature, or tree ent for that matter, going up in flames. I'll roll... add an additional...
Critical attack.
I'm actually going to cancel that off and say roll an extra one, give you advantage on the attack roll due to it being on fire.
Okay.
18's enough.
Okay, I'll roll damage.
And then on top of that, if you could also roll me 2d6, please. So with the skeletal flaming skeletal figures reaching out of the fire, grasping hold of the Arbosite's legs and lower torso, the whale oil immediately ignites. The whole tree... God, fucking fire damage double. Okay, so that's 20. This echoed, creaking roar echoes around the clearing as the Arbosite begins to thrash in pain. Any further action, Cypher?
No, I'm spent.
Is that your
Damage, though. Well played.
That's there. Vanya, over to you.
Vanya is going to turn to the thing that's after Reza, and she is going to use one of her patches, which is a lantern that's lit, and using her mage hand, she's going to...
You would have to spend your action to light your lantern.
It's already lit.
It's not once was it mentioned anywhere that the lantern was lit.
It says in the inventory.
You didn't light me a lantern. You've been walking in the dark.
It says.
Not once. No, not once have
Did you
told.
say it was a patch? It's
Yeah,
a
my patch.
Oh, is it a patch? Okay, no, in that case
it
then.
says filled and lit.
In
Yeah.
that case then, I will let you off. Yeah, I'm sorry. I thought you said you were taking one out of your, you was lighting your lantern. But no, if you're taking patch off, go for it.
Yeah, taking my patch and mage handing it onto her thing in front of her.
All right, crack on. Cantrip big lighter. I mean, you're not wrong. All right, so what are you doing with this lit lantern?
So I'm dropping it onto the little tendricle wood thing in front of her, catching it on fire.
In front of Reza?
Yes.
Roll me a...
This is to hit the vine next to her, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Roll me a... Let's go with Arcana. Yeah, roll me an Arcana check. To control the hand as it begins to whiz past Reza. Slams into the vine. And with the small amount of oil in it, immediately the vine bursts into flames. Roll me 2d6 damage. Five. Oh! Doubled for because it's what happens to it, Vanya?
It just kind of just shrivels. It just and then just goes into a pile of dust in front of in front of Reza.
As all the tendrils begin to try and bite into Reza's thigh, Reza, you just notice this massive vine just immediately combust as Vanya's mage hand carries this torch, slams into it, and immediately incinerates the entire thing.
Thank
Well
you.
done. Well done. Any movement, Vanya? You are not within 5 feet.
Oh, I'm not.
You are
Okay, that
not.
thing was massive. I thought that I was. I'm gonna use my full movement to,
Get out,
to
dodge.
go over here. Yeah, and then she's going to do bardic inspiration on Reza.
Okay. Well done. Yeah, sorry, that was my bad. I didn't hear you say you were taking the patch off. I was
Yeah.
too busy reading Twitch chat.
No, you're alright.
So, Desmond, over to you.
All right, so Desmond's in a place where he's up on this log, and the thing did all this. He's just looking at this thing that just basically dashed through them on the side.
Yeah.
And so Garrett said that it's weak to fire. It is super on fire.
It's super on fire. Yes.
What Desmond is going to do is he's going to put his mace, his hammer away.
Okay.
Just put it on his belt, and grab one of the torches that he has, and instead of trying to like light it, he's just going to stick it into the fire.
Okay.
So he.
As
so
part of the
I
free
should- I
action,
should
you
do
just
the movement.
Yep.
He's going to actually get into a place where, because he's pretty confident it's not going to go through the burning shadow hell thing. I think it's going to probably want to stay away from that. So he's going to cross this log to here
Okay.
and try to hop down to here
Okay.
and light the torch off of the thing that he intends to use the torch against.
Okay.
So he's going to interpose and just, wield the torch against this thing, basically, instead of trying to.
Are you hitting it with a torch, or are you just gonna try and light it and use it as a turn yourself
he's
into
gonna,
a beacon?
Well, he's going to light the torch off of it, and he's gonna, if there's a part of it that isn't completely on fire, he's gonna try to spread that fire. Like he'll try to use it as a flaming weapon. So he's gonna just try to set fire to the thing.
Okay.
More
No.
if possible.
So no. At the moment, the oil is burning. With it being a wooden creature, you notice that it's pretty much on fire. There isn't much more you could do. Apart from potential. Roll me an inside check, quick.
Yeah, it's right there on the sheet.
You get the impression that as you light the torch and the torch bursts into life from the flames, that while there is nothing left of this creature to set on fire due to the fact that it's wood, it's covered in oil, it does turn its attention to you.
All right, so he's going to have the torch, and he's going to basically, I'm thinking more like Frankenstein's monster, like trying to ward the thing off with the fire and just keep it at bay while it's burning from all the people that are on that side.
Roll me an intimidation check. All right. As it's on fire, this thing's squealing and screeching to the high heavens with you stood there with this torch in front of it. It is indeed somewhat terrified by you. It does light fire. Any further actions?
No, he's just trying to make sure this thing does not try to go back after the people that it initially went direct. That's it. And in turn.
All right. Seeing this, so go on, Reza.
No, were you going to say something before my turn?
No, I'm just saying. You know, you all would notice that it seems to be somewhat backing away from Desmond. With this torch in front of him, you all get the impression that this thing really doesn't enjoy fire and wants to avoid the small child at all costs.
All right. Did Garrett shout out about the bludgeoning and piercing damage and the fire?
I will say yes.
Yes, I did.
Okay, then Reza is gonna come up and stand right next to Desmond. And a little slashing damage in there.
Alright, just gonna start hacking at it.
Uh-huh. Fuck.
You charge in as you bring the malice blade down. It manages to just move one of its root-like feet away at the last moment as the blade slams into the ground.
Okay. Then please hold a moment.
Second attack.
Yep, I take my second attack. Thank you for reminding me. Oh, mother.
Which hits?
Oh, that's a 14. Yeah, okay. She's holding it in two hands, so this would be versatile.
Okay, yep. You hack away with the malice blade.
Really?
For 4.
But Tesco's every little helps.
And she's then going to
The only impression you get is that you are indeed just trying to chop a tree down. That's how difficult this thing is.
Yep, why the fuck can't I find... There it is. She's going to action surge.
Okay,
Try and hit it twice again.
go for it. 18 will do. That's
A little
better.
bit better. And one more time.
$23 hits.
Got excited for a minute because I thought that was crit, but it's not.
14 damage. So as you cut through the Arbosite, severing one of its arms, it drops to the ground, where you immediately notice it begin to writhe. While it's still on fire, it's still mobile.
Okay. I
further
think
actions?
that's all I can do.
All right.
No, I think, yeah.
The Arbosite itself is going to retreat.
Damage from.
You're right, it's on fire,
From
so
Legion.
start the turn. And Legion as well.
It gets attacked by Legion.
Yeah,
18.
18 hits.
Scrolling. Damage.
This is fire damage, so that's double.
Fire
So
damage.
it's 26 points of damage. It will also take damage because it's on fire. Who wants to roll the fire damage?
Who hasn't rolled fire damage yet?
I was gonna say,
can.
I was gonna say Vanya because she's, you know,
What's she doing back there?
well, she's AFK. So,
What do you need rolled?
Desmond, yeah, roll me some fire damage. You didn't actually attack it. Roll me 2d6, and whatever you get is doubled. Sorry, is it 2d6 or 2d8? What did I ask earlier? 2d6.
2d6, yeah.
2d6, yeah. For an additional 16 points of fire damage.
Nice.
At that, it will... that's only meant to be a 10-foot... square. So it's meant to be either there or there. The Arbor Site will... Welcome back. It needs to get out of dodge, basically. So it will try and basically do a churning advance again and just smash through Legion, Desmond, towards Garrett. Actually, I'm about to say, so as it sets off, churning the dirt up. Now, Desmond, you're not in the way, so both Reza and Desmond, you will get attacks of opportunity. Yes.
Okay, that was my question.
So I'll let you do that
wanna go
first. And Cypher, just for your own benefit, its normal movement speed's 30 feet. Churning advance allows it to move up to 150 feet. So yes, it's got enough to get through Legion.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Is this thing large size or larger?
It would be classed as large.
Okay. Actually, it's an opportunity attack. It's not an attack action.
It's still the same. Yeah, it is classed as an attack of opportunity is classed as an attack action. So
All right, it's targeted.
Oh my god!
Fucked!
I'm trying to. All right, so that's what I'm going to use. I'm trying to stop it from going anywhere. It is trapped here with me. That's my mentality. I'm making sure it doesn't go. Fuck, it's going nowhere.
Okay. Yeah, kneecap a tree.
Let me try. I think
Never
it's
have I
basically going to be a melee attack, but without the damage.
yeah, so so basically roll a normal. So basically the way it works, roll your melee attack first. If it hits, then you can do that.
All right, so I'm just going to use the basic attack.
Yep.
Because I don't get any benefits using my normal weapon. Ah, fuck.
9 is not enough, so I will refund you your trip attack.
Boom.
In fact, it's a great idea. It's on fire. Roll me a twist of fate. Oh no!
Double boom.
I'm all for rule of cool, but this time Foundry says no. I'm sorry. As you sweep out towards its leg, you're just the rattle's knocked back immediately. The sheer speed and force of this thing plowing through the earth, you couldn't stop it. I'm sorry.
But Reza still has a chance to hit it.
She does. 20 will hit. For 7 points of damage. You carve into it, but don't carve a piece off it. Which is good.
Okay.
So that was its bonus action, which was the churning advance. It's going to square up to Garrett. Slash out towards him. misses.
Get that shit out of here.
And misses. The flaming root just...
Garrett just slaps it away. Like, stop hurting yourself. Stop hurting yourself.
Smoke got in his eyes.
Yeah. It can't regenerate because it's on fire. But the burning tendrils that was left behind by Reza. Oh, I'm sorry, Reza. I'm gonna go straight back into you. I am so sorry.
I mean, she's the one who woke the beast, so...
15?
Yup, that hits.
Oh, just...
Opportune attacks are your reaction for the round, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
For 8 points of piercing damage. As they begin to wrap around you. And do you know what? I'm actually going to ask you to make me a strength saving throw, please.
Okay. With my -1 modifier.
As these flaming roots begin to wrap around you.
Oh my God.
Oh, fuck off. At the last minute, you manage to kick it away. I will let both you, with a crit save, I'll let you either have an extra attack of opportunity or a free half move.
I'll take the extra attack, and she's just gonna reflexively, when it hits her, just slashes at it with the sword.
Okay. You bring the malice blade down into the mass of burning roots. You hit it.
I'm gonna say this is one-handed because it's awkward to do it too.
8 damage is actually enough because they were on fire. So yes, that would be enough to get rid of them. What happens?
She just like an annoying bug, like a mosquito. She just like slaps her sword down, and it just shrivels up. And then she stomps out the fire with her foot.
Garrett, over to you.
Yeah. Well, it's not looking good for old Gary. So,
I feel a cunning action coming on.
you could be right. I'm gonna stab it with my side blade.
All right.
I'm not gonna stab it with my
You're
side
not
blade.
gonna know. I'm sorry, mate.
I'm gonna stab it with my other side blade.
You do. Just.
Huzzah.
Just. You work it through a crack in the central trunk.
We'll give it max damage. And if you hadn't already guessed what I was about to do,
Would it be a bonus action? Cunning. Get the fuck out of dodge by chance. Boop.
but I'm not going to move far.
Okay.
I'm just going to move in between Cypher and it.
Okay.
And that will be my turn.
All right. Cypher, over to you.
Cypher's gonna shimmy out of fucking walking range of this thing.
Fine.
Like here. It's all well and good having a human shield, but not being there to get hit helps a lot. And I think I'll just shadow ball.
Yeah. 19 is enough.
19.
The Shadow Bolt smashes into the side of the Arbor for cold damage.
7 doom. I can't move fucking Legion, can I?
That is a very good question. I don't believe so, no.
Yeah, I
You'd
don't
have to
believe so.
recast it
Okay.
to move it.
Then I am good.
Okay. With that, Vanya.
Vanya is going to see that it's kind of coming after Cypher and Garrett, and she had seen what went down with Cypher and is getting a little worried. And so she is going to. Did I target it? Cast
did.
magic missiles
Okay.
just at the first level.
First level. Okay. So that's three damage rolls. That's max damage. First one smashes into it.
Give me another one.
Oh my
Yeah.
god! Oh
Give me
my
another
god!
one.
It's like slots.
Ah! So,
Ew.
with an outstretched hand, you launch out 3 magic missiles, smashing into the side of the arbor site, and it begins to crumple, passing it to a point. Let me have a look. Roll me a twist of fate, please, Vanya.
Hold on, I had to reload my screen real quick.
That's all good. Found. Okay, it's not bad. It's not too bad. It's just an extra benefit. So as the magic missiles begin to slam into the side of the arbor site, taking it to a point of being incredibly wounded and damaged, you see it buckle for a moment as if it was about to lose its footing as several of the branches begin to crumple and cave in. But at the last moment, it regains its strength and vigor. It turns still on fire. Eyes. Desmond, you see it pointing in your direction. You still get the sense that it's wary of the torch in your hand. Blooded. It gets. Oh, I get to choose one of these things. You immediately all begin to notice it turn and start smashing its vine-like hands into the ground, tearing chunks of dirt away, throwing rocks out, almost as if for a moment it's trying to bury itself in the ground. And what happens to fire if there's no oxygen? Any further actions, Vanya?
She's just going to move 25 feet this way, and then that's it.
Okay. Desmond, over to you.
The log that he climbed onto before, how high off the ground is that?
I would probably want to say 2 or 3 feet. Not enough to impose, to affect your movement.
All right. So Desmond is going to basically get up onto the log, come down to. You're on the end of it. That's his movement.
Yep.
Still with the torch.
Yep.
And he's gonna drop the torch on the ground where this thing is trying to go.
Okay.
Basically, just drop it there because that's not very effective for him. And even though it's not super affected by bludgeoning, he's gonna get the rattle again and just try to wallop the thing. Try to stop it from escaping.
Absolutely.
So he's still targeted. Just make sure. So I'm going to do the thing.
16 or more is what we're looking for.
That was really close to being an 18, but no.
You are a fighter, though, are you not?
Yeah, I have a second attack.
You do indeed.
So,
The dice have not been in your favor today, Scob.
it is what it is.
That, on the other hand, will hit.
Okay, so I am going to apply my trip attack.
Okay.
So he's going to need to make a strength save. He's probably going to make it, but I got to try.
This thing is pretty strong with it being such a large creature, but we'll give it a go. So, strength saving throw. It's on fire. You've got a torch. You've kind of so the torch. Where have you thrown the torch again?
I basically dropped it in front of me, basically on the ground between where I and like this let's say the square next to where I and Garrett are, like where this thing's trying to dig into the ground. I've just kind of dropped it there because it's the most convenient place. And
okay. Due to that, I will say roll me an intimidation check. Right, 15 or more, and I will say that it's enough to give this disadvantage on the strength saving throw. Alright, as you toss the torch to the ground, strike out once, miss, the second swing hits it. Its attention is now focused on this flaming torch in front of it in a similar spot to where it was trying to bury itself. And it's taken completely by surprise as you smash into one of its root-like legs. So I'll roll that at disadvantage. 14.
That's the DC.
Oh. It's not knocked prone then, sadly. You smash into it, but...
This is fine.
And you'd also did some damage to it. So that's 11 halved. Okay.
Did the damage go off? Did.
There we go. Alright. Any bonus actions?
I don't think that was the damage roll for the rattle. I think that was the previous attack.
Oh shit, it was, yeah, sorry.
Just throw that out there. So it's just going to be 3 points after being...
I'll add some back onto it then. There we go.
And... yeah, just... I think that's really all I can do. I don't have any flaming attacks. Or at least that's how it would be if I weren't a fighter. So I'm going to use Action Surge. And then I'm going to attack it again.
Okay.
And... one more.
You smash into it. I hit.
Use another superiority dice.
Same
I'm
again.
going to try to trip it again.
With this rain of blows, I'm going to say roll me Twist of Fate. On a success, I will allow it to roll a disadvantage. On a fail, it will be a normal. Alright, rolls a disadvantage again. So with it still being... With it still being somewhat intimidated with this... It's on fire, this flaming torch in front of it. It can't seem to bury into the dirt quick enough to extinguish the fire. And this small creature is wailing on it. You smash through one of its legs. Roll damage. So it's only 2 points of damage, but it's enough where you hit it in the joint to its main central stump. And as the stump's just blown out from underneath it, the Albicite drops creakingly to the ground. It's now prone. Everyone gets advantage on attacks against it.
And of course I'll follow it up with a second attack because I might as well.
Go for it. You can roll another one. You do have advantage.
17 doesn't hit.
17 hits, but do you want to go for that crit? Hey, Asta. There is fire every single time. They seem to be pyros.
See, yeah.
So go with the 17.
Yep, 17.
17's enough.
4 points after being halved.
Okay. All right. That you done?
That is indeed the end of my actions.
So with the creaking and screeching of burning plants, its leg is completely shattered, smashed apart from its main body. You would notice, though, Desmond, that this time, due to it being such a large part, it doesn't animate like the smaller vines and tendrils. Reza, over to you.
So, would Reza know from experience with the gust of wind she's able to produce from prestidigitation if it would be strong enough to move Legion back under the creature?
Sadly not, no.
Okay.
Legion is a magical ability, not
Not a thing she could
Not a
push.
thing
Okay.
to manipulate.
Alright, so she's just gonna...
Good idea, but...
I mean, I'm trying to channel my inner Lee.
Yeah.
It's just, you know...
I mean...
Okay.
Roll me an insight check.
Oh, okay.
Cypher, Legion on fire. What is
Uh-huh.
it? How does this work? If you hit it with a gust of wind, what would happen to Legion?
I think probably nothing because the flames are stuck to the the shades, the
To the
skeletal
shades.
shades. Yeah, which
Yeah.
are kind of attached to a big shadow on the floor.
Got it.
As much as I'd like you to do something
I know,
cool,
I know. I was trying to use my noggin. Okay. So Shreza's just gonna navigate her way up then around Legion and the log.
I mean, it's good, but you know,
I've
it's
got
a
other
tree.
ideas, don't you worry. I know what I'm doing this turn.
Okay.
If needed, I'll save that other idea for next turn.
Okay.
So she's just gonna seize it, like, I guess, prone on the ground, and she's just gonna hack at it with her slashing damage
Okay.
at advantage. And hope
27
for,
would hit.
for 5 damage.
5.
And again.
18 hits. Nine. You managed to chop into the main trunk.
that's at advantage, by the way. It's prone.
I did.
She did advantage.
Did you? Oh, you did.
Yeah,
I did, yeah.
So you managed to carve into the tree without cutting any of the branches or roots off, and again just begin to wail into the central trunk.
Yeah,
of
she's
the
gone for
creature.
like the main torso
Yeah.
part of it. Yep. Okay.
Very quickly jump. That's an amazing idea.
I'm gonna
Oh,
quit
jeez.
suggesting things.
You really fucking should. That's it. I don't have a bonus action I want to use.
Oh
here.
shit! I'm gonna have a tree ant with the fucking Ratman riding on it at some point. That's gonna be amazing. Flaming
Piper gone
Ratman.
wrong.
Arbsite, so start of its turn, it's on fire. Yeah, you know what, Vanya, roll me 2d6, please.
Carve?
Five, double to 10 points of fire damage. This thing now is beginning to let off a humongous amount of black smoke as the fires have now ravaged all the leaves, the roots, have burnt through the outer bark and are now starting to ravage the internals of the Arbicide. It's not happy. I can't regenerate because it's on fire. It's going to make a wisdom saving throw. to see if it can push back against the fear of the fire from Desmond. What's your +2 wisdom, Desmond? Sorry, no, in fact, no, it's 14, isn't it? Strength. Yeah, +4. Oh, no, your intimidation is...
My passive intimidation is a 17.
Fucking hell. All right, let's see if we can beat 17. No. No, we cannot. So in that case, then, it's not going to use Churning Advance to try and get past you. What would it do in this situation?
Just die. It's fine.
No, it's you know what? Fight or flight. Let's go with. It's gonna fight. Okay. In that case, Desmond, you are in the firing line. It's gonna slam its thorn vine out towards you. 18. Does that hit?
18 will hit.
All right. As the thorn vine slams into you. It does 20 points of damage. 10 of that is... 15 of that is piercing. 5 of that is acid. And this time it's going to choose to try and grapple you, you little bastard.
Okay.
Roll
Checking
me...
my sheet to see if I magically picked up Sentinel somewhere, but I didn't.
Sorry, did you say it stood up?
No, it's not. It's still on the ground. It's lost a leg. It's not moved. It's not going anywhere. It's still on the ground with several of its leg-like roots smashed out from under it. It's just thrashing out towards you. But you are grappled.
Okay.
As the roots slam into you, they immediately curl around you, grapple around you, and lift you up a foot or two in the air. That's all it can do. Garrett.
Still prone, is it?
It's still prone.
Goody gumdrops.
Yeah, it can't magically it can't regenerate, so it can't regrow its limb to bring it back up.
Right. So I'm just gonna stand where I am and throw my knives at it. Fuck it. And I'll just
Oh
miss
my
with
god.
advantage.
Oh,
That's
mate.
what I do now.
Foundry hates you.
He did crit earlier on, though, so...
Yeah, it's my 1 a year crit.
Oh, fuck off.
No,
That's my 2 a year crit.
never mind.
You sort of fluff the first throw with it grasping Desmond, but then you take a moment, dial in, send the second blade flying.
And I think you're gonna guess what I'm gonna do because I can sneak attack because people are stood next to it.
Yeah. Holy shit. With that being a crit, I'm going to allow Desmond to have a free attempt at trying to break free from the grasp.
All right.
Roll me a acrobatics or an athletics check, please. Your choice. It's quite a tough one. It's DC 16. Never mind, you got 18. You're good. All right, Garrett, how does this look as you throw this blade into it, allowing Desmond to escape?
I throw the blade in the middle of the thickest inferno part of the fire, looking at where it's going to be the most weakest, and then the psionic energies just ripple out and just added extra pain and damage into the burning heart of the site.
As that happens, Desmond, you drop to the ground as the root-like tendrils coil away from you. Any further actions, Garrett?
Yeah, I'm just gonna casually back up now in front of Cypher again.
There isn't much more that the Arbor Sight can do. As you all glance over in its current state, it seems pretty wounded, so we'll go to the end of the turn and see. Hopefully, it should be enough. So, Cypher.
Shadow Bolt!
Alright. No.
Oh, good.
No. You do have advantage, though, because it's prone.
I say, got advantage.
Oh. Do
Roll
another
a
one.
sec. Yes.
That's better.
For 10 damage
10
as you
damage.
smash the Shadow Bolt into it. Another large chunk of the flaming trunk just breaks away, slamming into the ground. Any bonus actions?
Negative, Ghost Rider. That is me.
All right.
Actually, can
Yeah.
I use a potion?
Yeah. Bonus action. Absolutely. I feel a bit
You
rough there.
finally. Somebody's got a potion. Damn it.
15. Okay. Vanya.
Do you say that I get advantage?
You do.
Prone.
Nice.
Depending on which type of spell you use. If it's a spell that requires you to make an attack roll, then yes, you'll get advantage. If it's something like Magic Missile, then it just hits it automatically.
Okay. No, I'm not wasting any more spell slots. Crap. Hold on.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. I'm having to keep reloading my screen.
It's all good. That's all good. Don't apologise.
So, he's gonna get a little bit of nature. Well, I don't know if you'd call that nature, but
That hits.
yeah.
Vanya. How do you finish it?
Just so the butterflies is just gonna go right into the center cavity of the trunk and just shred it. Not like little pieces going everywhere, but just kind of just enough where it's just gonna get the flames up into the center where it just incinerates the entire thing down to the ground.
With the last few thrashes of life, eventually the Arbor Sight just drops to the ground. The central cavity hollowed out by the fire and the addition of the arcane kaleidoscope and the arcane butterflies from Vanya. The whole thing just drops in front of Desmond and Reza. Now looking nothing more than a charred, old tree stump.
Reza is gonna take one long deep breath and then immediately turn around and run over to Cypher and like put her hands on his shoulders, like checking to see if it's okay, and just muttering back, "I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Are you okay? I'm so sorry." Like worried mom that she might have hurt the kid.
Cypher's just gonna kind of scrunch his nose and go, "I'm okay. I don't like how the potions taste, though."
You've got a lot of red on you.
You would notice that the potion's now starting to take effect. The thrash across him is beginning to knit together. You know, the flesh that's exposed beneath the even more tattered armor is beginning to slowly knit together. Desmond, you good there?
It's just my intention to use second wind once available.
All right. How's that look? What happens with that as this thing collapses in front of you?
Oh, it's just going down, and Desmond's just righting himself and kind of bolstering himself because he did just get hit very, very hard. So he's just trying to find his footing, and he doesn't entirely trust that this thing is actually dead. So he's just there. And his last thing is he's gonna try to if this thing apparently has a head, he's gonna try to just smash it open with the mace.
It's easily done.
Gonna
Go on, Vanya.
Vanya's gonna move closer, and she's got a chest like on her, and she's gonna scoop up some of the the ash and the remains
Like the burnt
to
bark
Yeah.
do what?
like the burnt bark and all that.
Yeah, just all little bits, like fill the chest up, because she believes, you know, she's gonna take it back to society, maybe show it to the botanists. Might be some use.
Absolutely.
And Garrett's going to lean down, take a normal dagger from his belt, and scratch into the bark an 8-pointed star. Well, it's what it looks like, you know, just a stick star.
Yeah.
Before turning around and walking back to Cypher.
Does Vanya see that?
It wouldn't be hard to miss, so yes, yeah. You just, you know, while you were collecting the bark out, Garrett pretty much would just kneel down in front of it, carve this in, and then walk off. It would, you know, as Garrett's walking off, you would easily be able to just have a look round and see what he did.
Yeah.
So aftermath.
You okay,
So go for it, Garrett. You took initiative. Go for it.
Are you okay, Cypher?
Okay. I think I need a new shirt though, and he holds up his fucking tattered leather shirt. He's just like, it's got a hole in it.
Wait.
Yeah,
Actually, it's got a lot of holes in it.
We need to get you some better clothes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Sure you're all right?
I'll be okay. I got red on me.
Reza also probably covered with even like blood and like sweat from standing next to a burning tree. She looks disgusting. Yes.
Covered in
Cypher
soot.
Cypher boops you snoot.
What? Okay, you're fine.
Is Desmond okay?
I think so. Let's go. I can go check on him. Reza will walk over to Desmond. You holding up all right, Desmond? I saw it got a good hit on you there at the last.
Yes. And he looks a little bit like he has an expression of pain, but he's just focused on this thing just because he's not really familiar with it. I just want to be sure it doesn't go after anyone else again.
I can set it back on fire if we want to do that, just in case.
No, I think that if Garrett's satisfied it's dead, then just don't want it to go back after Cypher.
Reza pats him fondly on the shoulder.
Oh, it's very dead now.
What's that thing that you carved into it, Garrett?
Just marking the kill.
Like a signature?
You could say that.
Huh. Do you do it on every kill?
Things of otherworldly descent.
Do we need to get the hide off of the wolf and head back to
Oh,
mend
Right.
Cypher?
Reza
And
will go
Desmond?
back over to the wolf.
I thought we were camping in the woods.
You might want to move out of the way a little bit, Cypher.
I want to watch.
Well, you can watch, but I've got to. It's messy. You're gonna get more red on you.
Cypher just gestures to himself.
So Reza kind of like shakes it off a little bit and then just starts the process of carefully skinning the wolf and then butchering the meat to bring back with them for to have a roast wolf. That was incredibly hard to say. To bring that back to Francis, some good meat.
So, what I'm going to say is, for the next hour or so, 2 hours, you will all make a little bit of a small camp just to get your breath back, recuperate, sort out the wolf and plan the next move. And it will be here we pick up next week's session, in the aftermath of fighting the Arbosite and the Rogan Wolf. So if there's anything anyone wishes to add to conclude, it will give you all a week to think on what comes next.
Very well.
Garrett's gonna sit on his log for a week.
For a week?
A week.
Oh,
For the next session.
Yep. Mmm. All right. Any closing words?
Fuck horrible fate and things.
I mean, that was
Yeah.
pretty rough.
Lesson learned.
I knew it was coming as soon as you were like, brambles are holding onto the fucking wolf. I was like, fuck. The wolf isn't a fight.
See how easily the wolf died. It was like, yeah, this is too easy.
Yeah, how easily the wolf died with 90 fucking hit points.
I just thought there was gonna be like a larger, massive wolf that was gonna come out.
Do you know, honestly, Jump, when you said that, the back of my mind went, shit, that would have been awesome. I wish I'd have thought of that. Instead, it gave you a tree. Ah, dear.
Yeah, at least a tree didn't have pack tactics.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
I was waiting for legendary action from the tree, to be honest.
I mean, it nearly killed Cypher in one hit with a single normal attack.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that thing didn't have legendary actions.
Just as well.
I
Yeah.
look forward to seeing you all next session. What do we say?
Bye, chat.
Bye,
Bye,
chat.
See you.
Oh no! Hang on, hold, Scob, say that again. I missed you.
What? Sorry, I said.
I'm muted.
See
just
you
as
next
said.
time on Pariahs.
Everyone, thank you very much for joining us for episode 27. Holy shit, 27 of Pariahs. I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you all for for joining. Jacko Boom, thank you for the follow, by the way. I appreciate you, and again, welcome to our little fucked up D&D, dark fantasy gothic campaign So yeah, with a changeling, Garrett, who's an old man, Desmond, who's a creepy child of some description who repairs himself, Reza, who's a vampire, and then Vanya, who is completely unhinged. Yeah, it's good times. Again, we're 27 episodes in, and this is the first time they may actually get some decent armor. And by decent armor, I mean, just a leather jacket, if they're lucky. They do indeed love setting things on fire. The last major fight was against 2,500 rats, and they set those on fire as well. I'm actually just trying to get rid of all of their oil jars, but we'll see. All right, I'm going to head over to the end screen, where we shall find someone to raid, hopefully. So what we'll do is click on that one. I'll fade out the dreary music. And then we'll put something else on. So everyone, once again, thank you for the support. I appreciate it. And we will see you all next Sunday for episode 28 of Pariahs.